Hello techies, I'm Divya here. On behalf of CyberBrainer, don't you think the world of tech is evolving faster than ever? Now is the perfect time to dive in and build the skills that will take you places. With CyberBrainer, we are putting you in the driver's seat of your own future. We at CyberBrainer don't just teach your interest. We believe that knowledge is power, but it's applied knowledge that truly sets you apart. Whether you're diving into data science, mastering artificial intelligence, or exploring the world of cybersecurity, our courses are designed to give you the skills that matter. So let's jump into the session and make the future yours today. Thank you.
All now let's create our organization. Let's create our management organization hierarchy. Yesterday we looked at the XYZ. Yesterday we looked at the XYZ Motors organization and you created the structure XYZ Motors and then it had one subordinate called XYZ Motors Executive and then XYZ Motors Executive had two subordinates. One was XYZ Motors Manufacturing. The other one was XYZ Motor Sales. Why don't we try to create that structure in Workday? Let's start by creating the top level organization. Now, can anyone tell me what is the task to create a supervisory organization? Create SUP-org, create SUP-org. I was just checking if you guys saw the video or not. Thank you. The create supervisory organization create. Supervisory organization, that is the task that we will use to create a supervisory organization. We will put it in the search bar and what needs to happen. For me to be able to search this, there are two parameters, 2 points that I mentioned. If you put something in the search bar, it will come up. It will show the task. If two things are met true, if you have the access to it, and then if the spellings are, if I write something, this, you see it doesn't find anything because my spellings are wrong. Although my intent is correct, my spelling is wrong. It couldn't find and it will not be able to find the task if I don't have access to it. But we are logged in as Logan McNeil. After we sign into the tenant, after we sign into this environment, the first thing that we typically do is we check whether we are logged in as Logan McNeil or not. And if we are not logged in as Logan McNeil, then what needs to happen? What do you need to do? Proxy login as Logan, you have to proxy. Let me show you one more time what I mean. If I just a second, let's say if I am logged in as someone else, maybe. When you log in, this is something that comes up as your welcome page. It can be anything but not Logan. If it is Logan, absolutely fine. How to check whether you are logged in as Logan or not? Just click on your profile at the top and it will tell you if you are Logan McNeil. In this case, we see it is not Logan McNeil. Then what do? We click on the search bar and say start proxy. Start proxy. We are going to behavior. We are going to be Logan McNeil. We are going to do or tasks with Harid. All it will say, act as whom are you going to act as? You will search for Logan McNeil. You can type in the full name or what I prefer is Lel McNeil. Lomix Neil and press enter and you are able to search for Logan. Click. All now we are logged in as Logan McNeil. You see at the top left hand of your screen it says on behalf of Logan McNeil and you also see Logan's picture on the top of your screen. These are the two things we must check before we start doing our activities. If you need to be proxy it as someone else. It will be mentioned in the assignment. For this assignment, you need to proxy as some other worker. Or now let's create our supervisory organization. The task you all set is create supervisory organization. You see, I'm not typing the full words. I'm only typing part of it, and that is enough. It is giving me the necessary task. You see, I typed create sub-org and it found the task for me to create supervisory organization. Let me click on that. And immediately it asks me for a reorganization. What is the reorganization? It's an event that we will use to track and audit all the organization related changes that we are going to make. Whenever we are making changes to the structure, I'm creating a supervisory organization. It means that what I'm creating a new management hierarchy, definitely something that needs to be tracked and audited. My Workday will ask me, why are you doing it? What is the reorganization event? We created one rework. I will search for that. If I do not have one available, then I can click on this reorganization field and I can create one. As I showed you, we can create one. We can click on this create reorganization. But we have created one already. We will use it. You see, the moment I am creating the organization, you see it has come up with an availability date. The availability date has come from the reorganization date. You see today's date is different. But when I'm creating the organization with this reorganization, as we work, it has picked up the availability date from the reorganization date. That's why the reorganization date, effective date is very important because that is the date from which we are going to effective date our objects. Now can we change it to something else? Yes, of course we can do that. But then that defeats the purpose of having a reorganization effective date. We will continue. To follow the reorganization effective date now, the first thing it will ask is what is the name? What is the name of the What is the name of the supervisory organization? For all the tasks that I'm going to do as part of this training, I'm going to use the prefix U. U stands for we work. I'm going to use this prefix that you are able to recognize the task, the objects that were created as part of this training. But in the real world, you do not need to give any prefix. If you will just start straight away, go ahead and give the name of the objects as has been specified. XYZ Motors should be specified as XYZ Motors and not overview underscore. XYZ Motors, get the point. When you create your objects, I would want you to use your prefix for each of the objects. Say if your name is Divya, use D, and if your surname is, say, Mehra, use MDM. I see there are two people with DM. Maybe use DM1. One of you can use DM1, the other person can use DM2. Just to distinguish your objects, your configuration from that of your colleagues. All we will the first organization that we are creating is OU underscore XYZ Motors, and you have an option here to include the organization ID as part of the name. Now, when you create an organization, Workday automatically generates the organization ID. That is the reference ID and that is unique. We will not include it as part of the name. It just makes it too long. Now then, there is an option to include the code. Now in legacy systems, in older kind of systems, especially in the mainframe era, there was some restriction in the length of the name, in the length of the fields. What they used to do was they used to have numbers to denote some objects that has carried on for years. and even in modern systems they want to. Retain that old department number or department code. If you have that department code already, if the business has given you a department code already, or if they want you to use a new code, let's say 101. If that is the code that you have to use it. Remember, we are consultants. We are not going to generate the code. We will just use the code that has been given to us by the business. We will, if they have given us a code, use it. Do you want to include the code as part of the name? Do you want to show up? Do you want this to show up as part of the name? If it is yes, include code in the name. Click on this checkbox. Do you want to include the manager or the leader as part of the name? Sometimes it makes sense because it is easy for you to search for the organization. Let's say if I ask you find John's department. Find the department that John is managing. If you include the manager as part of the name, it becomes easier for you to find it. Some enterprises prefer to have the manager's name as part of the name of department that they manage. It makes it easy for them to navigate. You may include the manager or the leader as part of the manager, part of the name as now the subtype. The subtype is typically used in the reporting purposes and just to distinguish one supervisory organization from another. There are some provided subtypes: club, business unit, company, department, and on. Let's use it as a department. Somebody created some other ones as we will just ignore that. We will use department as our subtype. Then comes visibility. Now who all are authorized to view? This particular organization. Now let's look at the options. You see, whenever there is this dot and dash, dot dash dot, that 3 dot dashes, you see that for some of the fields you have this 3 dot dashes next to it. That means that there are some available options. That means that it is a drop down. If a field does not have any drop down, that means it is a text field for the name. The name is a text field, the code is a text field, but the subtype visibility, external, primary location, these are drop downs. That means you have to choose from some existing values. Visibility, let me click on the field and it will give me a list of visibility. We have 4 options for visibility. Number 1 is everyone. If I click on everyone, that means that all the users of this particular tenant will be able to view this. Organization now, is it something that you want? If yes, then of course use everyone. When you have nothing to hide, let's say that people say my life is an open book. I have nothing to hide. If that is the case, if you do not have to hide this organization, of course, make it visible to everyone. But sometimes what happens, organizations or enterprises, they do not want to disclose about this organization before a certain date, may because it is confidential, may because they don't want to make it public. They want only to let everybody know on a certain date and time. Before that, while they are creating it, they might want to use a more restrictive approach. Role assignees. Role assignees means anybody who has been assigned a role in this organization. Only they would be able to view it. Let's say only the manager of this organization is going to be able to see it. Only the HR partner, compensation partner, benefits partner, these are some of the roles. that we will work with. If that is the role you have assigned to someone, only they will be able to view this supervisory organization, no one else. And then you have another options which says role assignees and members. Of course, role assignees, your compensation partner, manager, benefits partner, etc. They will be able to view, and people who are members of this organization. Only these two sets of people will be able to view this particular organization, no one else. And then you also have another option which has been recently introduced, that is a role assignees of current and superiors, the supervisory organization will form a superior subordinate hierarchy structure if you use the last option, role assignees of current and superiors, if there is a superior organization too. This, and if people have been assigned some roles there, they would also be able to view this particular organization. This is only needed if I mean these options, other options, and everyone. They are only needed if you have to restrict the viewership of this particular organization. Based on whichever option you want, you can choose we will use everyone, we want yes. Apart from this, 4 options, why do we still have the search criteria? Mean are there more options? No, this is just a 4 option if you're already aware. Let's say you can type every and that's it. Let's say you are very familiar with it. You just type every and press enter. You see it automatically selects it. And then regarding the subtypes, what is the purpose of subtype? Purpose of subtype is basically to use for reporting and configuration purposes. I mean, they don't serve any other real purpose as such, just for recording. What type of organization is this? You can say it's a department. I mean, it's a supervisory organization, but it mimics a department, and these are not built in. I mean, we can create our own subtypes. The department is built in department, company and business unit and division, they are built in, and group, these are built in. But you can create your own. A lot of people have created their own. I will show you how to create an organization. Subscribe. One last question. When you say built in, do the functionalities differ? Is department different from company, from division? And all it all depends what for what when you are creating the supervisory organization. I mean, what is it going to mimic in the real world if you are creating this as a law, as an entity for a department? Just select department because that will help you when you are running your reports. Thank you all. Now we will go to if this organization has their own URL, if they have their web page or something, you can put it in the external URL. Maybe it has a website in your company website. As part of that, it has its own page. You can create that external and you can give it a name. I mean, you can give it a name and you can give the actual URL. Let's say worksyscom /landing/top.html. Whichever is the name, this is the organization landing page. Let's call it as GovU. I'm sorry. OView underscore, and here we have to specify HEPS, something that this is how we do it. Wherever is a website, you can put it this and click all you see value org landing page. You have configured your external all. Now, what is the primary location of this particular organization? If you are creating the first organization, if you are creating the top level organization, then your primary location would be what the company headquarters typically, because that is the first location that has to be created, your company headquarters. Here I will use an existing one, that is Chicago. I will enter Chicago and I will search for it, and there's many Chicago's people have created. I will use this particular Chicago. That is going to be my primary location. Now I have to choose a staffing model. We will talk about staffing models next week. But today I'm just going to use job management. All job, I will just use job management as my staffing model, and you can define the roles if you already know who is going to be the manager, who is going to be the owner of this. You can define that straight away, all, but I will just leave it. There are many roles that people have created, which were just not necessary anyway. We will just leave it as it is and we will add one role. Let's say I will add a role for manager. I will add a role for manager. I'll search for it. Just let me check once if this is the manager. People have been practicing too much. It seems they have created a lot of unnecessary objects. Let me use the first one itself, this manager, and I am assigning this to Logan McNeil. You see, I can search for this worker, and we search for the role first. To follow the role of manager, and then I am assigning it to Logan McNeil. Click to save this. Assign to some roles that people have created. Just give me 1 second. Or let me do this. Let me just cancel this out and let me quickly create it one more time. I'll just cancel this out. I'll just copy the name and I will cancel this and I will start again. The task again, let's start it, is create supervisory organization. It's here. I can use it and it will prompt me for the reorganization. We work, and I'll quickly choose the options. The name I already have. The code I put it as unknown one. Include code in the name. Subtype I chose as department visibility. Was everyone primary? Location was Chicago, and then I had chosen job management, and in the assigned rows I will assign a new role. Add a role. You will add. You click on this plus icon, the add row at the top. Search for manager. All manager, and I will assign it to. It says you see assigned to. Assigned to is Logan McNeil. Click on to save the organization again. What is the problem? There are many managers. I'm in a role as a manager. Is it the problem? No, as you see, people created some rules, and I mean this is something to do with security when we do. Security. We will talk about this. People have created some configurations which were not necessary or which weren't correctly done. That is the problem that we are seeing. Let me try to get why is it getting applicable to our supervisor organization, because they have created these rules as for everybody. That's the reason they did not do a good job. Unnecessarily they created this, and anyway, what can we say? I will try to get rid of some of these, but too many of them, I think. It is not because of we have changed that location, primary location. It is not because of that. We are not. We are getting this error. Location, no. No, we have changed it in Chicago to New York, no. Did we know we are using Chicago? It doesn't have to do anything with the location. As of now at least. I got rid of some of the stupid rules and now it is. Our primary location is Chicago. This is how our organization looks. You see, this is the organization ID. By default, Workday has generated a supervisory organization reference ID. If you want to change that, you can. How to do it? You go to the related actions and you go to integration IDs and edit reference ID. Again, related actions of the supervisory organization integration IDs, edit reference ID. If you want to do that, you can. You see supervisory organization. I will keep it the same name as the name of the organization, which is OU_XYZ Motors. The same name as the name of the organization. Now what that allows us to do is, if we follow this naming convention, where we set the organization ID or the reference ID as the same name as the object, then if we follow this convention diligently, it allows us to prevent duplicates. Now I cannot create another organization with the reference ID as OU_XYZ Motors because the reference ID or this organization ID has to be unique. It's a good practice to follow, not mandatory, but good to follow. What is the type of organization that we created? Can we tell it by looking at this particular page? What is the type of the organization? It is visible here and we are looking at this object as of 9th of March as of today. We are looking at this organization as of today. Now, what does that mean? Now, view as of does this indicate? That we can look at this organization of it as of a different state, maybe in the past or maybe in the future, not from today. From today, no. From today, yes, because that's what we created. But can we look at this organization structure as of a future date? What do you think? We can. Yes, we can. We would be able to view this organization as of a future date. Now what? What is the function? What is the advantage of doing that? Or what is the plus point of being able? Look into the future. It is because we are opening a new thing in future. Date for that. We are doing it advanced. Let's say you are hiring a few people. You are going to hire 5-6 workers as part of this organization. You and all of them may not be hired on the same day they will be. Maybe the first worker is going to join us next week. The second person is going to join us next month and on. you want to look at this organization structure as of the 1st of June, by which you are expecting that all of these people will join. If you look at this organization as of the 1st of June 2022, then you will be able to see all the workers that you are planning to hire, or maybe you are already in the process of hiring. You can look this as of a future effective date, as all that will typically allow you to look at future dated hires. Now maybe let's say this is an old organization. It was created in 2010 or something, and then there were many people who came in who are part of this organization. Then they left, they were transferred, they were terminated, and they retired. A lot of staffing activity may have happened over the years. If you want to look at this organization structure as of, let's say, the 1st of January 2021, then you can also look at this particular structure as of a past effective date. Now, this organization we just created, this doesn't have a lot of history. But if you want to look at an organization as of a past effective date, you can definitely do it. But here we are not going to do it anyway. Now we have just created the organization. Let's look at the details tab. There are a lot of tabs. Let's quickly go over them. In the details tab, it gives the information that we just entered. The availability date. This was picked up from the reorganization date. We chose to use that. The type is supervisory. The subtype is department. That's what we chose. This is the code that we had given 1001. And we also said that include the code as part of the name. And do you see that it is included? The code 1001 is included as part of the name, isn't it? We did that. And then what else? We set the visibility to be everyone. That's what happened. And then we went to the staffing. We had chosen job management as our staffing model. That is what it is here. And in the roles we had assigned what manager? Manager, the role of manager. Let's search for it. You can search for the role of manager. Oh, didn't we assign? Did we get rid of it at the end? Oh no, there's just too many managers. That's what happens in a lot of the organizations, too many managers. It happened here as too many types of managers. Let's find our manager here. Let's filter it out. And we have assigned it to Logan McNeil. That's what has happened in the organization. Assignments, we have not done anything far. It is all blank security groups. We have not done anything all blank. We have created our first organization. Yes, in this roles column did. You redefine. Did you define the manager again? I mean, what did you do? Just missed it. I was just finding it. I clicked on this assignable role to filter it out. You see, I am searching for something. You see, there are 833 items. Now difficult for me to find the one I need. I just clicked on it and I searched for manager. But then we have already assigned a manager to our organization. Correct. I just wanted to show you I'm not assigning the role. I'm just showing that this is what has already been assigned. Will it not reflect it here? We still have to search for it, is it? I just have to search for it because there are just too many of them. 833 rules which are showing up. A lot of it are empty. That's why I wanted to show you that we have assigned it to Logan. Got it? Got it. You can also sort defending only the ones where you have assigned somebody those things. Will show up and then we can see, you see, manager. The manager role has been assigned to Logan Neal. Now this is our first organization. Do we have any members here who are members? No members. We haven't hired anyone yet. We have just created the organization. We have not hired anyone yet. That's why it is showing up as 0. We will hire in due course of time, but now we are just creating the hierarchy structure. What was the subordinate organization of XYZ Motors in our assignment yesterday? If anyone remembers, they'll execute your sales, manufacturing, executive, was the direct subordinate of XYZ Motors, and the sales and manufacturing were subordinates of executive. Now let's try to see if we can create a top-down hierarchy structure. Yesterday, you people were saying maybe a top-down hierarchical structure is easy to create. Let's try it out. We have already got our first supervisory organization. Now let's go to the related actions of this particular organization, and I will scroll down to something called as reorganization. You see related actions of this reorganization. And I have a few options. Number 1, assign superior, create subordinate. Divide and inactivate. We cannot delete an organization after we have created it. We cannot delete it. We can inactivate it. Please be careful. Do not just create organizations just for the sake of it. You create an organization only if you need it. If you do not want, if this organization is no longer needed, you can inactivate the organization. You can also divide an existing organization into two. You can split it up. Let's say you have a sales and marketing department as one, but now the organization has grown and you have a lot of people. It is becoming difficult to manage. What you can do is you can split it up into sales and let's say marketing, or maybe you had the IT, or maybe you had the recruiting department, the recruitment, and initially you had 3 people there, but now you have 25. Your organization has grown, your recruiting team has grown. As you want to assign a different manager, you want to split it up into 2 parts: recruiting for IT, recruiting for non-IT. Let's say in that case you can divide an existing organization into more than one. Now we will talk about assign superior a bit later, but let's create a subordinate. Let's create a subordinate. Let's see this particular option. How did I get here again? Let me show it to you one more time. Related actions of the organization. Reorganization creates subordinate. It says, what is the effective date of this subordinate? Let's use the same effective date as the 7th of March that we had created, that we had used for the other one. Click and it will ask, what is the name of the organization? We will say WBO because that is the prefix we are using for everybody. We will say XYZ Motors. Executive, and we will say the organization code is Enthalor2, and I will include the organization code as part of the name, and I will choose the subtype as department. Now, don't you think that the options are much less than what we saw in the previous time? Yes, what? I mean, you see, in when we were creating our XYZ Motors, it had a red asterisk next to the primary location. It was a red aspect here, but here it is not. It is not asking for the staffing model, job management, position management. It is not asking for the roles. It is not asking for all those things. Visibility, not visibility. Correct, is it? Why is it not asking for all those things? Maybe then here is, it is a subordinate and it is gonna inherit from the parent, which is the supervisory organization we created earlier. Perfect. Yes, because it is inheriting from the superior. It is getting all those things from the superior. Absolutely correct. You see the primary location. It gives me the option to specify that. But if I do not specify anything, then what happens? It automatically takes it to Chicago. Correct. It takes it from the superior organization. Let's try it out. And the roles. You see the roles also. It is not asking me to assign the role of a manager because it knows that it will get it from the superior organization. Now, do you want that? Maybe yes, maybe no. If you want to change the roles, you can do it at this particular organization level. But as of now, it is inheriting all those values from the superior organization. I will click on submit. I'll just click on submit. It says you have submitted. It takes me back to my XYZ. Motors organization. And now let me show you an interesting thing. You are already seeing something. Here you see the subordinate is XYZ Motors Executive and the ID the code is Zono 2. If we will also be able to see it in the details tab. Here again, here also you will be able to see the subordinate in two places. This is the first place. This is the second place in the first place. In the number one in this particular position, it shows only top 5 as subordinate top. 5 meaning as per the alphabetically only 5 in this particular place. In number 1, it shows only the top 5. If you want to see all the subordinates, you have to come in the place number 2 in the details tab. If there are more than 5 subordinates and you want to see all of them, you can come and look at this particular place, the second place. Now let's go to this subordinate and let's see for ourselves what happened. Let's go here. I'm clicking on this XYZ Motors Executive. Now we are in that particular page. The type is supervisory, the superior organization. We know it's Skiz Motors. Let's look at the details. All you see, primary location is Chicago. And location has been inherited from the superior. Correct visibility is everyone. We didn't specify, but it got it from the superior, isn't it? Staffing model is job management. We didn't specify it either, but it again got it inherited from the superior organization. And if I go and look at the roles, you'll see a subtle difference here. Let me just show you the role of manager. You see the role of manager is Logan Menchniel, but is it saying assigned? It says inherited. It says inherited. Inherited from what or from where? From the parent, which is the superior organization. Absolutely correct it is. It has inherited that from the superior organization. Now, can I change it? Can I assign this to somebody else? Yes, we should be able to. We should be able to do that. Let's try that. Let's go to the details section. First of all, let's try to change the primary location. We don't want it to be Chicago. Let's say we want it to be something else. We go to the related actions. Everything that you do, you have to take the related actions of the object. We are doing it for executive. I will go to the object related actions and then supervise the organization. The first option, and I can edit the primary location. I can edit the primary location. It will ask me you want to do it, but from what effective date? From what effective date? If you do not remember when this organization was created, it was created on the 7th of March. I mean with an effective date of 7th of March. But if you do not want to, or if you do not remember that, or maybe if you want to do it from the beginning of time, you use something. This is all around 1900. that denotes in Workday, that denotes the beginning of time 001-1900. If you do not know any time, or maybe you want to backdate it till the beginning of time, this is the date. You will use 1st of January 1900. Let me use that and click it. Says now what is the primary location now? Let's find out. Let's say London or maybe New York. Let's use New York. There will be many New Yorks. Let me choose the New York. Not sure if this is the one. Very difficult anyway. How do we get to know which is the one? How do? I have my way. You see, it says primary location for organizations. Many people are using it. 30 organizations are using it. That's why I went with this. Typically, when you create locations, we will create locations. Tomorrow, when we create locations, we have to make it a bit more meaningful rather than putting it New York and on. And when I just had a question, go ahead. Whenever we create a location, every time there will be a related action stuff beside it. Generally, for every object in Workday, you have a related action. Related action over there. Yes, for every object you have a related action. All now we are. Our Inksys Motors executive. Let's look at the details now. You see, the primary location is new. Your that comment is gone. Location is inherited from the superior. That comment is also gone because we have broken the chain. We have not. We are no longer inheriting from the superior organization. One more question here, example. Just we have changed a primary location and previously which was the primary location. Can we find that? The history of changing how many times we have changed. Yes, you can go to the related actions again, and then there is this audit. This audit, you can view the audit trail. All you can view the audit trail and you can see from what date range you are going to view the audit range. Let's say I want to view from 030 to 039 2022 for this last 1 week. I want to view it, it will give you the audit rate, but we made the change with an effective date of 1st of January 1900. That means the beginning of time. That makes it a bit difficult to view, but still you can view it. You can go to the audit, you can view audit trail and you give the date, let's say from beginning of time. Do 100 and click it will give you all the changes that we made. You see here the first one. Organization has primary location added New York. We have added the location of New York. All because prior to that it was inheriting from the superior. On that particular day we have added. Now we have created this subordinate. Let's quickly create another one because we need it. We need the other one, that is XYZ motor sales. Let's quickly create that. Let's go here. And what is the option? To go and create a subordinate. Related actions. And then reorganization. We are the nation creates your subordinate. Thank you. You guys are excellent. The 0307 and then let's give it a name. It is Oogaloo. This is the one we are creating XYZ Motors. I have a doubt how important it is to specify the date. Effective date or available date, very important. I would say very important. Why? Because let's say you are creating this, or because that is the day this Organization becomes effective as part of the training. It's you can use any date, but when this, because you see this is the system of record in the real system, in the production system. This is a system of record. People will come back and they will audit. When was this department created? The auditors might want to know that unless you put in your dates properly, you will have a wrong information. Let's say you are creating it now, you are creating it today, and you by mistake, you choose the availability date is today's date, but you want to hire someone with an effective date of 1st of January 2011. Would you be able to do that? No, because the organization was created today. How can you hire someone from 2011? May not be possible, but maybe this organization was supposed to be created with an effective date of 2000, but maybe we didn't pay attention. We just created it with today's effective date. Effective date is very, very important. The availability date effective date is very important. Here also we will choose organization subtype as department. Visibility will automatically include the organization code as part of the name. We will do this and click on submit. All we have created our organization hierarchy. Now let me show you one very interesting thing we are at, which organization we are looking at, XYZ Motors Executive. Now if you see that it has a superior organization, it also has a subordinate, correct? This is as for the yes, as for the diagram that we have created. Yesterday, XYZ Motors Executive has a superior, which is XYZ Motors, and it also has a subordinate called XYZ Motors Manufacturing. Now for the people who are more visual in nature, they want to see the diagram, we can do that very easily. We go to the the related actions, and we have this option called org chart and navigate. Hierarchy. For now I'll use navigate hierarchy, org chart. I will show you. After we have hired our people, we are at XYZ Motors. Example. Executive, there is a subordinate which is XYZ Motors Manufacturing, and if I scroll up, if I go up, you see there is an up arrow. If I click on that, it takes me to the superior, that is XYZ Motors. You are able to see the hierarchy structure, now XYZ Motors, and there's a subordinate called Executive. If I drill down further into Executive, it has one subordinate, that is XYZ Motors. Manufacturing, got it all questions. Somebody had a question. No, all. Now let me do one more thing. I will again create a supervisory organization using the task that I know of, create supervisory organization, and this time it asks me all the other questions. I will just want to do it one more time, and I will create an organization called XYZ Motor Sales. I am creating this as a standalone organization. I will give the code as hour4. Include code as part of the name. Just a second, what happened? Oh, the page got refreshed. Let me use that. It is u_XYZ Motor Sales. Let me correct. The spelling code is a fold. Include coding the name. Subtype is department. Visibility is everyone. And primary location, let's say as London. Oops. Extra London. And staffing model is position management. Let me choose something different. And now we have create again the same problem to get rid of some of these roles. Too many unwanted roles. Just bear with me for a moment. Let me just remove some of these unnecessary rules. Which one is it? Not sure why they have created it this. I wish I had this select all and delete option. There was a few at the top which had to be deleted. This one. Let me try to save it at least. I have a question here. When you click on the errors, and you were checking that there was one error, it was showing you something with 1954. What does that number indicate? I have no idea literally. I just assumed that. Is it telling us that it is line number? That number, and I was just thinking. No, because you see, there are not many lines. That many lines got it. Thank you. I have absolutely no idea what people have done. You see row number 28, column number 4. That gives me some indication. Here it is. Let me get rid of this. That should fix it. Perfect. Krish, I had a question. Regarding position management and job management, how do we know which one we are supposed to select and when? Next week. We will do staffing models next week. I just chose one randomly today. When I created the top level organization, I chose job management. For this one, I chose position management. We will talk about that in detail next week. When we were searching for manager is a built-in keyword. Is it in Workday? It is a role that is there. In Workday, it is already there. But I will show you how to create a role as we will create our own manager role. Just many people have created this. We will also learn about how to create a new role, all but that is in security. Week 3. Now we have created this standalone organization called XYZ Motor Sales. But ideally this should have been part of the hierarchy, isn't it? This should have been part of the XYZ Motors hierarchy. Now is there a way I can include it as part of the hierarchy? We have to mention this supervisory parent organization. The parent organization. And maybe if we identify the parent, if we can assign a parent to this organization, it will be part of the hierarchy as of now. Does it have any superior or subordinate? You see, this area is empty. It doesn't have any superior or subordinate. What we can do is we can say, hey, don't worry, we can assign a superior to you. How to do that? Related actions. And then reorganization assign superior. Assign superior, let's take that option. Which? Organization would be the superior of XYZ Motors manufacture, XYZ Motor Sales. The executive. Correct. Let's search for executive. It says, what is the superior? Let's search for it. I think it was Arun too. Krish, is this an example of bottom top? Correct. But you see that still the top has to exist. The top has to exist. Maybe you created them one after the other without creating a subordinate relationship. You create your individual supervisory organizations. And then, after you create all of them, then maybe you want to You can place them as per the hierarchical structure. Then you can assign a superior. You can say superior. Assigned superior organization assigned. It says it has. Now completed the process. If I go to the XYZ Motors sales organization now, you would see that it has already assigned a superior organization. That is XYZ Motors Executive. And the top level organization is XYZ Motors. Now if I want to look at the hierarchy of XYZ Motors, I will go to the related actions. You see, I want to see the hierarchy structure of XYZ Motors. I will go to the related actions of XYZ Motors supervisory organization. I would and then I would scroll down and navigate hierarchy. Let's see what we have here. Enthusiastas then wrote 2XZ Motors Executive. Previously we had only one subordinator. Now let's see what has happened. I will click on the drill down. And we have two subordinates, XYZ Motors Manufacturing, XYZ Motors Sales. Correct. Our organization structure looks correct as per what we did yesterday. This is our organization structure. Here we did two things. First is we created the top level organization, and then we created subordinates. We created the first subordinate, that is XYZ Motors Executive. Then from XYZ Motors Executive we created one more subordinate, that is XYZ Motors Manufacturing. Correct. And then we had three organizations in the structure. And then how did we do the XYZ Motor Sales? We created that as a standalone, and then we included that as part of the hierarchy by assigning a superior. That's how we did. Now I just showed you two different ways of creating the organization structure. One is we create top-down, and another one I showed you was how to include an organization into an existing hierarchy. You can choose either of the approaches. You can use a mix of these approaches as perfectly fine, whichever is more convenient, whichever is more suitable for the task that you are doing. If there is an existing organization, you just want to create a subordinate, go to Related Actions Reorganization. Create subordinate easy. You have to fill up less things because a lot of the parameters are inherited from the superior organization. Anyway, it's much more easier rather than creating a supervisory organization. Using the task now. What is the task to create a supervisory organization? Create support tool will also work. Now remember, there is a space between sup and org. Do not just type it together because then it will not work. When you say create support sys, that is fine. But remember, there is a space between sup and org. It is two different words. Oh yes, questions. I have one. I know we are going to learn this in future classes, but just to understand. For each organization that we just created, or for each subordinate, we have given different primary locations, correct? Will that affect in any ways? No, it doesn't differ. Thank you. And also, you will see that when we hire workers, when we will go maybe mid of next week, or maybe end of beginning of next week, we will start hiring some workers. Even when we hire workers, for each of the workers, we have to specify their own location. The location at which those workers are getting hired. This primary location will not play any role in the hiring of workers. This is just a placeholder. It's kind of a logical data which shows where is this particular department or Organization located logical home of the organization. That's it. Typically we use it as location of the manager typically, unless there is this physical presence. Or let's say the Workday department is in Gurgaon. If that is the case, then whenever. When we create the Workday department, we will select the location as Gurgaon because maybe most of our people are there. Maybe we can say that that's our location. I mean in traditional offices, you have a location of that department and then you have the signature thing that sales department. Maybe at the entry you see a huge signboard saying that particular department. Remember college, when we went to colleges and outside departments they had this big sinus thing that in computer science department, history department, geography department, something that is the physical location of that particular department. You that makes sense. But nowadays with distributed offices and in global companies, it is difficult to envisage such as situation because we say I am in the Workday department and I am in Bangalore, and let's say you are in the same department but you are in New York. How does the location matter? But typically still we would still to have a logical home of the department. If you don't have a physical location, enter the location of the manager, but apart from that it doesn't play. Any other another goal? Sure, appreciate it. Thank you. Extracting any reports, say for example in your how many employees are there kind of reports also doesn't work. You see, when you hire a worker, you specify the location for the worker. If you are creating your reports and if you are creating a report based on the location, you take it from the worker's location, not the supervisory organization's location. That's what I meant. Because each worker will have their own location. And one more question. No, it's 1 second. In this COVID times, most of the people are working remotely. Now even new hirings happened with remote locations. Now a lot of organizations have started creating locations which say New York remote. It doesn't have any special address. It just says New York remote, and all the people who are tagged to New York but working remotely will be assigned that particular location. Let's say New York remote thinks this. Yes, go ahead with your question. Sorry. In a problem regarding the Go reorganization, only a student is watching videos. I felt I understood reorganization, but I got a confusion there again. Reorganization for tracking changes. In the videos, I heard you can create one more if required, if you're tracking changes. You have to do it for only one it. If we create one more, how does it affect I? If you see a good question, you see, can anyone answer that? Based on your understanding of the yoga, can anyone on try to answer? Shruti's question, what happens if we create another supervisor? Oh, did I get the name wrong? I'm sorry. Who? The question one more time. I'm sorry. Yep, you have no problem. You should be. Should you ask the question? Can anyone try to answer Shruti's question? Based on your understanding of reorganization, what I understand reorganization is it's only one time. We just create it once to track the changes. I don't, it's just, if I do that to multiple, if I create multiple organizations, it may create some duplication data. Duplication, for what? It won't duplicate. Now let's say you're creating you're creating a reorganization. Did you see that it prompted for the effective date? Yes, it did maybe as a rule of thumb, use this if If you have certain changes which are going to be effective from, let's say, one particular date. You put them into one reorganization. If you are going to have changes with a different effective date, use another reorganization. I'm going to launch Apple iPhone 13. Let's say Apple iPhone 13 was already launched, but still let's say I'm going to launch Apple iPhone 13 on 1st of September 2020 from 2.1, and I'm going to launch Apple iPhone 14 on 1st of September 2022. Different dates, and in that case, we can have two different reorganizations. Yes, the team that will work on Apple iPhone 13, I will put them in one. Department Apple iPhone 13 department, effective date of that. Department 1st of September 2021. The team that will work on the next one 1st of September 2022. Two reorganizations. Got it? Two effective days, two reorganizations, but not for 2021. Two reorganizations maybe no. You see iPhone 13 September 1st 2021. That effective. Date you have. You are launching iPad or maybe Mac. A new Mac on 1st of November 2021. Create a separate effective date. Create a separate reorg if you are going to use a different effective date. It's better to use a different reorganization. Now, what is a reorganization? One more time, what is the reorganization? It's an event. It's an event to drive the changes to the organizational structure. Correct? That's the whole definition. It's an event, but we do it to track changes made to the organizational structure. If you are making your organizational structure changes with a particular effective date, yes, it is one reorg. If you are going to make more changes with a different effective date, create another reorg. Don't put everything into one reorg if they are of different effective dates. It doesn't make sense. Different effective date, different set of organizational structural changes. Definitely a new reorg. There is no limit to the number of reorgs you have to create. Use it judiciously. Do not just keep creating reorgs, but if it is for the same effective date, try to put them into one particular reorg. Now let's look at the reorg that we had created. We have been using it. Let's go to edit reorg. And let's look at our reorg OU underscore. Sorry, we work. Let's look at C and see what happened to this reorganization. You see, I created organizations with it. Whenever I created this Sys Motors, I had chosen this reorg. I created Sys Motors Sales, I chose this reorg. You see it is now showing up by organization. Yes, we have created to do your two organizations. Now I can track what all happened. As part of this, we work reorganization. I created this. Organizations and what is. Who created it? When was it created? What is the effect? Date. What is a reorganization date? I have all that information. Sys Manufacturing and XY and XYZ Executive. Yes, because those were created as subordinates of XYZ Motors. We just use the reorganization tab, but we did not select our particular reorganization. That's the reason. It's a bit confusing, I know, but that's the way it is. For those things, we did not select it. We did not select this particular reorganization. It did not appear here. It's only when we, in this case, this organization normally before. This joining Workday, we used to call it as departments normally. Now we can can we call it as department instead of organization? What is the department? Department is for example, the organization structure. What we do, organization structure. Will be. We make always the departments based on department, the job specification. Example, if someone is working on sales, that will be a separate department. Someone is working on marketing, that will be a separate department. Is executive level, that is a operate department. Likewise, we used to understand till today. That is how the experience which I had. But here, whenever we talk about departments, we call it as organization. Not necessarily are we. Is this what is the type of this organization? Everything is an organization. A company is an organization. A region is an organization. A matrix organization is an organization. What is the type of organization that we are talking here? What is the type of the organization that we discussed? Supervisory. Supervisory is a type of organization. What is the subtype we selected? Department. The reason we do not have a straightaway department is, let's say your sales department is now very big. It has 4 different managers. 4 different managers. How many departments you have? One sales department, it has just 4 managers. How would you create the reporting hierarchy structure in that particular organization? How many organizations would you need to create in Workday? How many supervisory organizations do you need to create if you have 4 managers? Supervisor organization should be one only. Then how would the members of those organizations report to the individual managers? 4 different subordinates. In that, how many subordinates? Subordinates will you create? How many subordinate organizations will you create? If there is 4 managers, we have to create 4, correct? There will be 4 subordinates now. What will you name those, or what will be the type of those organizations? It becomes challenging. It becomes challenging. We have to think about it now. In large organizations, very large organizations, think about an organization with say 100,000 people. Department-wise, there may be, let's say, 50 departments if you group them based on the type of work that people are doing. If you do it based on the functionality, let's say sales department. A sales department will easily have, let's say, 500 people. At the support team, maybe it will have 2,000 people. If in the manufacturing you will have 50,000 people, how will you organize them? How will you? There will be many different managers. For those manufacturing team, your department is manufacturing, but you have 50,000 people there with, let's say, 400 managers. Then how do you organize that? For that, you have to create supervisory organizations in Workday, and I said supervisory organizations are similar to departments, but I did not say that they are equal to departments. We have a subtype of department. That is what we are going to use it to mimic a real-world department with a supervisory organization. But a supervisory organization is only the manager and subordinate relationship. Who reports to whom kind of structure? I have a question, Krish. Do we have a multiple departments under a word? Supervisor organization. Of course you can. One more part, it's not related to the current concept, but do we have a business unit again as a part of our Workday or structure? Yes, that will be a custom organization from delivered organizations. We will say, let's say, a factory. Let's say your organization is structured based on the factory, correct? It can be or maybe the plant, our China plant, our Shenzhen plant, our Germany plant, our Mexico plant, our Vietnam plant, India plant, and on. Based on that, you have a different org structure. How to do that in Workday? Maybe factory is not a delivered product, a delivered org type. Then we can create a custom. Then we can create a custom organization type. But still, you have to create a supervisory organization structure, because without that you won't be able to hire your workers. Then you will relate or tag your workers to a particular factory. We are not there yet. We will slowly. We are covering these organizations. But the primary concept is of a supervisory organization. Organization is who reports to whom. In a lot of the companies, in a lot of the implementations that we have seen, what they do is they will just create an organization name as the name of the manager. They want to keep it simple. Name of the manager is the name of the organization. Let's say Rendra is a manager. They will create an organization called Surrender. All the people who are reporting to will be hired in that particular organization. I just wanted to understand the hierarchy again. It's when business unit is again come under the supervisory organization. Business unit is a different organization type. It's a custom organization that we will create. A worker may be associated with multiple different organization types. That's what we saw. One worker may be assigned to different workers. Different organizations, company, and let's go to this slide. Workers are tied to multiple independent organization types, each with a different purpose. The purpose of a supervisory organization is what is? The purpose of a supervisory organization to maintain the hierarchy. Who reports to whom? Obviously the subordinates here, and that's all. Who reports to whom? Now, you might say that our organization is structured on the basis of departments. Maybe our organization is structured based on factories. Our organization is structured based on, let's say, sales divisions. Different requirements there are. Different requirements based on different types of entities. Different types of enterprises. Yes, based on that, we have to find out which type works best. Shall we create a custom organization and then relate it to the workers? Yes, we will talk about that later. But now the first thing we have to get ready is the supervisory organization structure, because we need to understand who reports to who. Got it. There are other organization types. We will explore them slowly. A Christian or doubt. We have mentioned Logan McNeil as manager for XYZ Motors. She is not member of any of this organization. We have not created an organization where she's a member. If we have to create, it would be a superior organization for the supervisor. Organization for what Logan is. Logan is not part of local. You see, we have not hired anyone yet. Just show you that we can still assign roles. I have assigned Logan as the manager, but typically Fox's mentors. Correct? Yes, and she's not a member of any of the organization. Yes, because we have not hired her at all. She was already there. Hire her then. It should be a superior organization to XYZ Motors. If she's an employee of XYZ Motors hierarchy, yes. If she's the CEO, if she's a CEO, then yes. But then we don't need to create one more level on top of this. We can hire her in XYZ Motors itself, isn't it? Because in the top level organization, the CEO is a member as the manager. We can do that. Can you talk about a date, availability date, one more time? Can you go over that again, please? Availability data of the supervisory organization or for any object for that matter. That's it. This is a HCM system. Is a software if ultimately Workday is a software that mimics the things in the real world. This is just a system of record, correct? When you are actually creating that department in your real organization, the effective date of that change, let's say you become a manager, and I'm going to say that from the 1st of April, you are going to be a manager. You're going to handle a team of 10 people 1st of April. You are going to be the manager. If I am going to create an organization for you, what will be the effective date of 1st of April? 1st of April, that is the date that your organization is going to be created. I can create it now, but I will effective date it as 1st of April, and let's say I have 15 people reporting to me, 10th of them will start reporting to you such a throw from the 1st of April. Correct then? What will happen? I will create the organization. I will call it as such a trust team or maybe such a TRA. Effective date of 1st of April 2022, and then I will transfer my workers. I mean people who are reporting to me. I will transfer them to you with an effective date of 1st of April before that. Today, if you look at the org chart, it will show as they are reporting to me. If I look at the org chart with an effective date of 2nd of April, we will see that they are reporting to you. If we do a view as of today, it will show reporting to Chris if we are seeing view, and if we are seeing view, such it was. Organization, as of today, it might not even exist because it has not been created with that effective date, but if I view it with an effective date of 2nd of April, it will show that there are 10 people who are reporting to. You got it? Got it. Thank you. That's why this effective date is very important, because whatever we do in Workday, we will do it with an effective date. Let's say the hiring. I'm hiring a new worker. The new worker is going to join us on the 1st of June after finishing all his commitments and serving notice period, etc. But we have finished hiring. We're finished hiring that candidate. That candidate is going to join us on the 1st of June. In the record, in this particular Workday, I will enter the data of the worker. I will say the hiring date is 1st of June. But when am I making the entry? I'm making the entry today, the 9th of March. But I am making it with an effective date of 1st of June. But the worker will not be visible. Today, the worker will only be visible on or after 1st of June. That's why effective dating is important in Monday. You have the option of effective dating in the past, effective dating as of current date, or effective dating in the future as most of the things. Some things cannot be done with the past effective date, but most of the things can be done with the past effective date, future effective date, or today's date as the effective date. Let's quickly create a company and cost center and the region. We will associate that with our supervisory organization. We will see how these objects can be interlinked. Let's go and create a company. What is the task? To create a company. Create company. Create company is a task. There it is, create company reorganization. We will use the same one. We work and Let's give it a name called ABB_XYZ Motors Inc. You see, now we are calling it as WU as XYZ Motors Inc. When we created the supervisory organization, we also called it XYZ Motors. Yes, because it's at the top level, but we did not give the full name of the company. We did not put it private, limited or Inc. or PTE or something, but this time we are giving the actual name of the company. Remember, whenever you are creating the name of the company, it has to match exactly as the company name is given, nothing else. If there is a dot comma, full stop, whatever, it is a dash. You have to put the name exactly in the tenant because nobody wants their name to be spelled incorrectly, and there are legal obligations as because this name would appear in all the reports unless you name it correctly, and it will not show up correctly in the reports. Let's give it a code. Let's call it as comp01. It's a comp for company. Subtype, this is a company. And visibility. Let's put as everyone when you create a company, it is important to mention the company currency as because this is the currency that would be used for all the financial transactions. All the financial transactions are done on the basis of the company. We know that. And maybe also on the cost center. But company is the foundation of work, the finance. We have to specify company currency. Some of the rules are: we do not have primary location option here. Isn't it important to know which location? Company is not necessary. Not necessary, we only have to specify the currency. Now let's click on to save this. Now for a company organization, can we create a subordinate of a company? Let's try it out. Let's go to related actions and then go to reorganization. We are trying to create a subordinate, but we don't have that option. You don't have the option to create a subordinate in the reorganization. How do we create a company or a company structure and company hierarchy? Correct. We have to create a company hierarchy. That is the dot create. A company hierarchy. We will use the company hierarchy to form our company hierarchical structure. We will use the same reorg and now let's call it as OUX's group of companies. This is our group of companies and let's call it, let's give a subtype as company visibility as everyone. Now you see here also we are allowed to add some roles. Accountant controller, we saw the controller role in company as, but here also we are able to assign some roles. The roles that you assign at the hierarchy object will also be inherited in the company object. Same happens for location hierarchy as same happens for region hierarchy. Also for cost center hierarchy, the concept is the same. If you assign some roles in the hierarchy object, they will also be inherited in the particular, included object. Let me click on to save this. And how do I include a company in a company hierarchy? Same reorganization. Organization which are reorganization and then assigned included. Organizations assigned included. Organizations, absolutely we will not create a subordinate. If we create a subordinate, then what happens? What type of object will it create? Company or company hierarchy? Company hierarchy. Let me tell you a very poor joke here which I always use. It's very poor, but it is appropriate. Share the baka, share rota hai. In Hindi, we have a saying that no, I mean a lion or a tiger's child will always be a lion or a tiger. Share the Bacha share rota. Here, if you are creating a subordinate of a company hierarchy, it will be a company hierarchy. If you create a subordinate of a location hierarchy, it will be a location hierarchy. It will not be a location. Remember this, although it's a very bad PJ, but sometimes it's effective. If I create a subordinate, let me create a subordinate here with today's effective date. If I create a subordinate, you see, it will still be a company hierarchy. Let's call it as the view. Underscore XIS. Let's say North America. I'm grouping all my companies in North America. Together, the organization subtype is, let's say, a company, and submit now. If I look at XIS North America, it's a logical grouping of a company hierarchical structure. Let me go there. Let me navigate to that particular object. If I go to group of companies, this is a company hierarchy structure and it has a subordinate called North America. XIS group of companies is a company hierarchy. Now, if I go to North America, we think it will be company hierarchy and it is a company hierarchy. You see, I am in XIS North America page. It is still a company hierarchy. Correct. Now, if I want to include my company that I created as part of XYZ North America, what do I do? Related actions. Reorganization. Included organizations. Correct. What it says? What is the reorganization? We say, oh, you, sorry, we work for company. It is very particular that if you are changing the hierarchy a little bit, you have to use reorganization as because it has financial impact. What is the include organization? We say OVU. There is only one XIS Motors. Again, can one company be included in the company hierarchy more than once? You should not. No, you should not do that. Now you see, there is this fun part. It says includes. Does not say subordinate because this is a different type of object. XIS Motors Inc. is a company that has been included in a company hierarchy. I want you to understand this. This is XIS Motors Inc. The object that we created. It is not a company hierarchy. It is a company it has. We included in a company hierarchy, but you said that included organizations also inherit from. They're from the hierarchy, the roles. Yes, they do. How does that happen when it is a different object? Because they are related to one another, because the company hierarchy is related to the company object is related to the company hierarchy object. That's how it works. And why is there no company currency in company hierarchy? It is only in company object because it is only a logical grouping. Is not, it's not a real entity. It's only a logical grouping of the companies that you do for consolidated reporting purposes. Also, Krisha, why company is not having location, particular location? Because whenever we say the company, where from working, we have to show the company is working from where. Also, it's legally compliance related also. We have to show that. For example, if it is in X place, the company started, but that the company where it is located in contact information, you can give the contact information of a company. That is fine. If you go to the related actions and you go to company, you can edit the company contact information and you can absolutely add it. You can add the phone number, address, email, everything, that is fine. But my question is why it is not matter. Thank you. Sorry, no. The location object that we use is for a different purpose. It is typically to be used for hiring. We do not hire in Workday. We do not hire workers in a company. Object. We hire workers in a supervisory organization. Object. That is why the location is mandatory. We create a supervisory organization. The location is not mandatory for the company, but you. You may put in the address details of the company. When we set up the companies, yes, we definitely include the address information. When we are doing worker finance, we definitely include the name of the company, phone number, address, etc., tax information, what is the tax rate if you are doing for us. You will include the employer identification number. If you are doing for India, you will include the VAT or the GST code or the other TAN or the PAN. All these are company identifications. Yes, we have to include them as, but when we do work differently. When we are doing HCM, we just create the logical entity of the company. That's it. We don't put in all the tax related information. Itself Christian, the same note. Hiring is done in supervisory organization. When an employee is hired, we assign location, we assign company. And the roles can also be assigned in the supervisory organization. Why do we again have roles? Option in location and company. Do we have roles? Option in location. Location, hierarchy, we have hierarchy, we do, but not for looking. And we have roles in company as, but are they the similar kind of roles? Look at the roles that we have in a company or a company hierarchy. We are talking in when we are doing company. We are doing mostly accountant, controller, finance administrator, but when we are doing roles in supervisory organization, they are HR partner, benefits partner, manager. No, but then my doubt is I have hired someone. And there is a particular role for that particular associate. And why will it be different again in a company? It should be the same. We assign roles to the associate when they join and should be only one role. Why will there be only one role? Why is it changing in the company? Why is it different in the supervisory organization? If someone is HR. One sec. Let's say you're joining the finance department. Finance department, you are going to be the company controller. You are going to be the main controller of accounts. You are absolutely the point of contact for everything related to the accounts of the company. That is your role in terms of your function. You are going to be the controller. You need to have some access in terms of the financial transactions, and that's why you are given the role of a controller, accounting manager, accounting supervisor, etc., etc. But you are also going to maintain a team. You are going to have people reporting to you. You are not the only person in the finance department, isn't it? There will be other people reporting to you if they need a leave, that leave and will be routed to you. But then when you are applying, when you are approving that leave, are you playing the role of a controller? You are playing the role of a manager. One person may wear different hats, different roles within the same organization. That is why you have been grouped into different organizations based on the requirement, based on the function that we are doing. If we do not need to have a region, then we will not create a region. But company itself, those are important from the payroll perspective, from a logical entity perspective. Even though we are doing an HCM implementation, we are still creating the company, but for the controller. accountant. Those kind of roles will be important when we do our finance implementation. Other than that, we don't really care. You're saying, for example, I've hired our HR in supervisory organizations as employees HR. When I assign a company and the company, I don't have to mention this HR role because it will not have a role in the finance organization. Got it. That person will not have a role there because that person is not going to do any financial transactions apart from maybe creating some reimbursement reports, but then we can assign a company. Of course, yes, because the payroll will be done by the company. You are grouping that worker by that company. We all belong to a company. If you think of your current organization, you all belong to a company, and sometimes even the offer letters are sent out on the basis of the company. Yes, you are tagged to a location. You are belonging to a supervisory organization. You belong to a region. You belong to a cost center. One worker will belong to multiple different organization types, each with a different purpose. That's what we learned. One to two different. Organization types. Yes, for example, say 3 to 4 employees are hired in a supervisory organization and I'm assigned companies. It should. It be the same company or can? Employees are being different, I asked. The same question as part of the quiz last week, and then you all said, no, they don't have to be. Does all the workers of a supervisory organization have to belong to the same company? No, answer is no. They don't have to. Why not? Can you give me an example? Anyone? Can you try to think? An example, the one that you set on the location basis, where they are. Under the same supervisory organizations, but different because the companies in UK, US and India. Yes, let's think about the Microsoft Research and Development Division. We may have heard about it, Microsoft Research and Development Department. It is spread across multiple countries. It has its headquarters maybe in the US. It also has a division in Europe. It has a big office out here in India and of course in Singapore and maybe in some other parts of the world. I don't know all the centers. Somebody who's working in that research division, let's say they're working on Microsoft Office products. The Microsoft Office development team happens to be in the US, in India and let's say Singapore, 3 different countries they're working from. It's a team of, let's say 80 people. Of 80 people team, they have 20 people in the US, 30 people in India, and maybe another 30 people in Singapore. How will you group them together? They are all reporting to one manager, who is the head of the research and development division for Microsoft Office. You have one manager for Microsoft Office. How many supervisory organizations? Then if you have one manager, how many supervisory organizations? By 2-1 that he manages one manager supervisory organization. We don't need to do it. 1 supervisory organization we have. We put in all the 80 people as part of that one supervisory organization. Now the 80 people in that supervisory organization, are they belonging to the same company? Oh, need not. All of them are Microsoft employees, but yes, I agree. All of them are Microsoft employees, but are all of them employees of the same company entity? The people in the US, they are part of Microsoft Inc. in the US. People in India are part of Microsoft. India, private limited people in Singapore are part of Microsoft Pte Limited. The Microsoft India and Microsoft Singapore are wholly owned subsidiaries of Microsoft Inc. in the US. That is fine, but they are different entities. The people in India, they don't have their payroll coming from Microsoft US. They have their payroll from Microsoft India. The people in the Singapore, they will have their payroll from Microsoft Singapore, isn't it? That's what happens. Isn't it? But they are all part of the same organization, which is the Research Microsoft. Office research and development team reporting to one single manager. Global organizations of today are structured in this particular manner. You will have supervisory organizations where you will have people from different countries and they will report to one manager. The manager may be in the same country, maybe in a different country. If it is in a different country, they will be associated with a different company because whenever an organization opens up an office in a particular country, they have to register themselves. It will be a different legal entity, isn't it? It can happen in the same country also if it is a company which doesn't have offices. In different, or maybe it can be a single country operation. Yes, then everybody will be the same country. I need to see. Sorry, in that case, I don't have any companies. In the abroad, as I don't tell you. I mean companies in other state as I'm handling them in the state. But I have the stick offices in that case. If you have all the questions, different districts, will you be a different company? The region we can create locations we can do. Will you have a B Corporation Alabama? Corporation New York, California, Connecticut. Will you have different companies in each of these states? No, not necessary. Then, if you do not have physical companies, why would you create the company? Object. As for my understanding, if I have a different locations, if I have a companies in different countries and different states, they then only have to create the companies. Because it will. The companies are legal. Legal things will be different for a company to company, or state to state, or country to country. Because of that, we create different companies. Correct. That's what I was trying to ask Krish. Because it need not be based only on the location, the company, because Google has very leeway more. It is depends on the department that they manage also. The company can be absolutely. Yes, I was just giving you an example, which is the most common, let's say, and even if you have different entity, different divisions, let's say a YouTube department versus a Google Maps department is a, let's say, an Android division. They may not have people shared across them. They may not be part of the same supervisory organization. I was using the example where there is an overlap. The people of the same supervisory organization, but they are part of different companies. That's why I was using mostly on the basis of the location, but even in the same country, you may have different business units. I said the YouTube division, yes, that is a separate legal entity wholly owned by the Alphabet Inc. But still, the YouTube may be registered as a different company. The Google Maps may be registered as a different company. Maybe there is something else. The Android may be registered as a different entity. It can be depends on how they have structured their organization. Based on that, will create the hierarchical structure Varies from implementation to implement, varies from customer to customer. We know that these are some of the things that we can do when we talk to the company. Then we understand how they are structured. That is what we will use to create their company structure. These are the tools that we have, the company hierarchy company. These are the objects that we can create. How will we create it, or is it one size fits all? Is it the one solution that will be applicable for everybody? The answer is no. We have to look at the company, I mean the organization whom we are implementing work before we have to look at through what is the structure. Based on that, we will create the hierarchy structure. But it is possible for a supervisory organization to have people from multiple companies. All now we have created a company, and now let's also create a call center. Create a cost center again, a reorganization. Let's create the cost center and we call it as W_XYZ. Let's call it a sales. Let's call it a sales and let's create a subtype as a cost center and visibility as everyone. Now we have created a company. We've created a company hierarchy. We have also created a cost center. Now let's associate this cost center with the supervisory organization. Let's also associate the company with our supervisory organization. Let's go back to our supervisory organization, which is wu_, or let's just search by the code. This is our supervisory organization, which is Schism Motors. Now, how do we include or how do we associate a company cost center region itself with a supervisory organization? We go to the related actions and we edit the supervisory organization. We will edit the supervisory organization and then we would organization assignments organization. Assignments, and there we have two options. One is allowed organizations, one is default organizations. In the company, in the allowed organizations, I'm searching for XYZ group of companies. This is my allowed organization. I'm saying that for this supervisory organization, that is XYZ Motor. The allowed organization is the XYZ group of companies. I will not be able to assign my workers to a different company. I am not going to be as able to associate them with ABC company. It has to be part of the XYZ group of companies. Now you see why I need a company hierarchy. This is a company hierarchy. Why did I use a company hierarchy? Because if tomorrow I create a new company and I include it as part of the group of companies, then I don't need to change any other configuration because I am allowing all companies under XYZ group of companies to be eligible or to be allowed for this particular supervisory organization. If I do it on the basis of each and every individual organization, then I have to keep changing a lot of configuration. That adds a lot to the overhead when we are grouping things together into hierarchical objects. That makes maintenance a lot easier apart from consolidated reporting. It also makes maintenance a whole lot easier. Now I am putting it XYZ group of companies as my allowed organizations. Now what is my default? What is by default organization that you are going to use? We will use XYZ Motors. Inc. because this is included as part of this group of companies. All now, cost center we have created only one cost center. Let's use that. WXYZ sales. This is allowed. I will not be able to assign workers to any other cost center because I'm saying it's only XYZ sales. Now if I do not want to restrict it, I can still provide a default organization. I can understand the difference between allowed and default. Confusing. What? How does it? What happens when you put this default? As allowed and allowed as default. You are not allowed. You are not allowed to sleep back. You are not allowed to stay outside the house after 11 p.m. That's the rule. Let's say you are not allowed to stay outside the house after 11 p.m. by default. You should come back by 7 p.m. Got it? Can it be that you come after 7 p.m.? Yes, you. Can you mean it's allowed? You may come back after 7 p.m. You may come at 8, and 8 to 39 on, but can you come back after 11 p.m.? No, because that's not allowed, not allowed, not allowed. When you are saying that this is the allowed organizations, then we have to select from those set of values only. That is the rule. You cannot go outside that. You cannot select an ABC company because it is not allowed. The default organization is the most commonly used organization. Got it? It's the most commonly. If you have specified an allowed organization, then the default organization has to be part of the allowed organizations, otherwise there is an inconsistency. Your allowed time is 11 p.m., but the default organization is midnight. A default time to come home is midnight. Is it consistent? No, you're allowed. Why are we doing allowed? Can we skip a lot? Yes, we can. Yes, we may. Till now we haven't even done it. We can take it off, no problem. You are giving an allowed organization because you are making the system foolproof. You're making the system for, because eventually this is going to be used by people who have very limited idea of the work. The implementation, let's say you have hired somebody as a new person. They are doing the recruitment, they are doing the hiring, they may not be able to understand what it's what, and they will end up choosing a different company, maybe by just a typo. We don't want that. We only want them to see what they are authorized, what they're allowed. That's why we will try to make it as foolproof as possible. They will say, these are only the organizations that you are allowed, that even by mistake, they don't choose something else, because we are configuring Workday in a way that the users will eventually use the recruiters, the managers who do not have Workday training, who do not have Workday knowledge. They are going to be the users of this system. We have to make it as foolproof as possible. You may want to restrict the allowed organization, that these are the companies that you can use, and by default, you are going to use this option XYZ motor. If you do not choose anything, this will automatically be pre-filled for you. You may use it. You may choose something else. Now here are we restricting people to choose anything. Now that we have left allowed organizations as blank, are we restricting people to something? No, there are no restrictions. By default it is XYZ Motors Inc. as the company, XYZ Sales as the cost center, but can they choose a GMS North America as the company? That's allowed, but that won't be The default. That would be default, but it is still allowed. The user may choose a GMS company. They may choose, let's say, executive management from the GMS cost center hierarchy. Yes, they may still choose it because we are not restricting anything. If you want to restrict the user, then you have to put in something in the allowed organizations. Clear? Yes, thank you. Now let's click on to save this. Now we have associated some company cost center itself with the supervisory organization. You see there are other options as you can also include a region, a division, a program as part, along with a supervisory organization. This is how we correlate them. Yes, Krish, can you please walk through with the navigation once? Again, for to associate with the supervisory organization, of course, you go to the related actions and then you go to supervisory organization and you edit the supervisory organization. And it will be part of organization assignments. Organization assignments. Where we are assigning these now, we will see organization assignments. When we are hiring, as when we are hiring workers at the time of hiring, we assign cost centers, companies, regions, etc. to the worker now. If you have something set up in the supervision organization already, then those will be defaulted for the worker. If you want you can change it. Otherwise, you can keep it as it is. And then business process. Business process definitions for business object. Here this option will allow us to find out the existing business process definitions for this particular supervisory organization. There is a business process called create position. Now it says it's using the default definition. I will quickly check what is the default definition that is used for this particular create position task. Let me see quickly. It says location field is mandatory. This is a validation that it's going to do. The location has to be mandatory and just let is one step. It says if you initiate it, that is it. There are no approvals in this particular case. But now let's say I want to have an approval for each and every position that I'm going to create. All I'm good, I need an approval by somebody. Let me do that. Let's then what? Should I do? I will quickly create the business process definition. You don't need to worry about what I am doing. Just it was in sales. I am in sales. Now I'm going to create a business process definition very quickly for this particular organization. I will just say this. Oops. Sorry, create positions. I'm just copying the create position business process and I will make some modifications on top of it just to show you the real flavor, what happens in real life. I will add a step. I'll say that it needs to happen after this and it is going to be approval and the HR partner is going to approve this. Why have they removed the HR partner? Somebody has changed the HR partner. Let's say compensation partner. Hopefully that has not been changed. This is weird. Let's put the manager simple. Anyway, let's select as manager men. 2 days? Now I'm saying that the manager has to approve. Whenever I'm creating a position, the manager has to approve. Let's assign somebody as a manager first. Otherwise, who will approve? Let's go to roles the roles and we are going to assign roles. You see how I went here? Related. Actions, role is assign roles and I will assign the role of manager. Is it 14 already? Do we have? The option to edit the roles once we assign it. Yes, you are. You have the option to do that again. The same option assign roles. Just click on assign roles and you should have the option. I'm assigning the role of manager to somebody. Oh my god, there's many managers. This tenant is becoming a bit dirty. Let's look at the first one. Manager M, this one looks to be the correct one. Let's assign it to somebody. Let's say I assign it to Sarah Goldstein. Sarah is not part of this organization, I am. Who is this news underscore Sarah? Let me sign to. Susan Steinberg. Have they left any name? Joy Banks. Steve Morgan. On leave anyway, doesn't matter. I am assigning the role of manager to Steve Morgan. All I'm just resigning to somebody other than Logan McNeil. Done. Now this organization has a manager and the manager role is assigned to Steve Morgan. Now Logan wants to create a position. How do we create a position? We go to the related actions. We go to staffing, create position. Please note down. Then this path. First of all, the staffing model has to be position management. Again, that means we are going to use position management for this organization in position management. Hiring restrictions are set for each position. Correct. We are clear up to this point for position. Management, hiring restrictions or the characteristics are set for each position. That means we have to create those positions. How do we create a position? Related actions and then stuffing create position. You may take a screenshot if you want related. Action stuffing create position. Then it asks you what is the job posting. First of all, it asks you what is the position request reason. Why are you creating this position? Let's choose from this drop down. Options. Let's say we are filling this position because we are going to staff a new project. A new project is starting. We are going to fill up that project. That's why we are hiring new people. What is the job posting title? Let's say we are going to say training. Administrator we are going to hire. We are going to hire a person for training administrator. How many positions are you going to have? You see, we have to define the number of positions. Positions up front because you have a lot of control how many positions we are going to have. Let's say 2. You can have 200 as that is fine, but typically we do not use 200 for these kind of cases. We say 2. I'm just showing you that we can have more than one, as that's why I'm saying 2. We are going to have 2 training administrators. And then here you have to specify the characteristics, or as in Workday, we call it as hiring restrictions. Now, why do we call them as hiring restrictions? Why? What does the word restriction mean? Conditions applied. Conditions applied. Control yes. That means these restrictions have to be met. These conditions have to be satisfied before you are able to hire someone, whoever you are going to hire. They have to meet these restrictions. What are those restrictions? You see, only two of them are mandatory. Number one is the availability date. When will this position be available? Let's say today's day, 14th of March. I want this position to be available immediately. 14th of March. Earliest hire date is also today's date. Now this earliest hire date can be on or after the availability date, but it cannot be before the availability date. I cannot have a date of 1st of March. The moment I do that, Workday is unhappy. It says the earliest date cannot be before. It says the earliest date cannot be before the hiring date. Let's fix that. Let's make it the same as the availability date. Or now, there are many things: job, family, job profile, which we will cover in tomorrow's session. You can also put in some job description. What is this? Person going to do the training administrator will take care of all the training needs of the organization. This is the job description, and you can add a lot of other things, and you see that in this particular field, you have the option to put in rich text. You can change the font. All you can put in something as bold. This part I want to put in as bold. I can do that in the organization. I want to change the color. I want to change it in green color. Allowed. And you can also say for more details, click on, or maybe for more details, visit our careers website. And you can also put in a link. You see, there is an option for a link. You can say link and then you can insert a link here. All, and you can say that what is the URL? Oh, careers Google.com, something this. You are giving a link. If somebody clicks on this particular link, they will be directed to your company website or to your careers website. Great, isn't it? You are able to put in all these additional kind of you can make it easily readable. You can also put in some bullet points. You can put in, you can categorize, you can put in, you can highlight of the points about the job description. This is just a lot of the things you can do in Word. Those are the same things you can put here as all. You can put in bullet points. You can put in, you can change the color, you can put in some links, you can change the font size in the job description field location. Now, if I leave the location as blank, what does that mean? That means that I am not restricting on the basis of location. You see, I'm filling up restrictions. If I am filling up something that has to be met, that restriction has to be made. If I am putting in a job profile, let's say I will say training. Let's see if there is something already a training manager. That means this will be the job profile of that person. This will be the job profile of that particular person who is going to fill up this position. I'm also, let's say I will fill up a location. We've created some locations. Rally, we are creating this position in a supervisory organization. We already have a location tag to it. Why did we again have to mention the location here for this position? Will all the workers in the supervisory organization be in the same position? Same position. No, sorry. Same location. Sorry, will all the workers in the supervisory organization? No. Same location. No, not needed you. No, I said that the location in the supervisory organization doesn't have any relevance in terms of hiring. It's just a logical place. Where you are saying, this is where my department is located, that's all. It doesn't have any logical bearing in terms of hiring. It doesn't. We have to specify the location for each and every worker that we hire at the time of hiring. It will not default from your supervisory organization. Doesn't matter. What is the supervisory? What is the location at the supervisory organization? I even have put in this as Raleigh. Can I put multiple locations here? Let's say I want to put London as yes. You may. This position will be open in Raleigh and London. If that is the situation, yes. But if this is what I am defining, can I hire a worker with the location of Chicago for this particular position? No, why not? Why not? Because we have set this as a restriction. Correct? Because we have defined these locations as our restriction, it has to be met. These locations has to be. We cannot hire a worker in a different location for this. A position. What is the position? Training administrator, and there are two positions. For this time type, what is the time type? You see it says full-time or part-time. If I leave this blank, if I do not fill this up, then it gives me the option to hire a full-time or a part-time, no worries, but if I define this, then it has to be met. If I define this, then I want only part-time. If I click on full-time, that means I'm only looking for full-time. I will not take part-time. Similarly, worker type. Worker type is, let's say contingent worker and employee. If I do not choose anything, that gives me the option to hire employees as contingent workers for this position. Let's say I try for hiring an employee, I do not get an employee. I can fill it up with a contingent worker as no problem. But if I define it up front, saying it has to be an employee, then I cannot hire a contingent worker for this particular position. That is training administrator. Remember, all the restrictions that we are defining are for this particular position and difficult and critical job. You can mark it as yes because this is not a restriction per se, but this will act as a reminder or as a flag to the recruitment team, and then this will tell them that this is very critical and needs to be filled quickly. Difficulty to fill. How difficult is it going to be? Is it going to be very difficult? What is your anticipation? But let's say it is going to be easy. Training administrator. Finding a training administrator is easy. Does that mean that it is going to be easy? Maybe, may not be, but this is what you think. The person who is creating the position, if you are not sure, leave it blank. Don't need to worry too much about it all. Now let's go to the qualifications. There is a tab called qualifications. In the qualifications tab, you see that there are many different options: skills, education, languages, certifications, work experience. competencies, responsibilities, training and on. And one of them is filled, that is Bay. Where did it come from? Where did this come from, this BA? I did not fill it. Where did it come from? Any idea, any guesses? It's not. It's maybe related to the job profile. Absolutely excellent. It is. Related to the job profile. In the job profile again, you will have the option to specify the qualifications. If you are using a job profile, these parameters will be inherited from the job profile. But in a position management, you have the ability to define them on your own. Let's say this job profile needs by, but no, I don't want ba. I want something else. I want for this position. I want an MS Master of Sciences. I want a master. What did I do here? I wrote the qualification from the job profile. That is perfectly fine because in each position, you are able to define that certifications. Let's add a certification requirement. I want a certification from the United States of America. I want a certificate this candidate should have a certificate which says the training manager course and issuer is the Training Management Institute. Just a fictitious one. And what is the specialty that is needed? You can define some specialities. You see, I added a row here and I can define some specialities, a functional expertise. This is what I want. This person needs to have this training manager certification course. From the Training Management Institute, and if I want it to be required, I will click on yes, required. Absolutely required, but for this particular example, I'll leave it as black work experience. Do you need any work experience? Yes, let's say I need for this person to be. Let's say this person needs to have some kind of management experience. It's going to be a training manager. This person needs to be having some management experience, and let's say this person needs to have up to 3 years of management experience. You see, I am able to define many characteristics of this position. These are the characteristics of this particular position that we are creating, the one for training administrator. Let me click on submit. As and when I click on submit, what should happen now? It says you have submitted, but up next is Steve Morgan, approval by manager. Remember, I updated the business process definition where I said that for create positions an approval is necessary. At the beginning I was doing I said do not, this is not too important, but anyway I changed the business process and I said that when you create a position, it needs approval by the manager. And I assigned the role of manager to Steve Morgan. Steve is our manager. It goes to Steve for approval. What should we do now? This is Steve and it says approval by manager. What can we do now? We should log in by Steve. Or we can call up Steve. Hey, Steve, can you just approve this? But Steve is on leave, unfortunately. What can we do? We have to proxy in training and testing tenants. We can proxy as other people in production tenants. Can we proxy? In the real environment, can we proxy? No, but there can be some. If someone is on leave, there should be some provision. Apart from that person, some other person can approve. Is there something possible? Yes, there is an option called delegation. Let's say if somebody is going for a long leave, maybe a month or maybe this person is important that maybe he's a controller or the CEO or some very important person who gets. I mean without whose approval things cannot move. If that is a situation, then you can delegate certain tasks to certain people. You can say that the time or absence requests will be done by such and such people. The financial transactions needs to happen. They will be taken care of by somebody else and on. Let's say people going on maintenance leave. That's a long leave. For those things, for those long absences, you can assign a designate. Those people and DESIC can do approval tasks on employee's behalf, but in production you are not allowed to do proxy. To start, proxy doesn't exist. I wish it had, because I could log in as my manager and give myself a fat salary hike. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen. All here you see that I am a Steve Morgan. Now Steve has this task, waiting for his action. Where would I find it? Notifications are inbox. Notification is just for your information only. But here Steve needs to take some action, isn't it? You see it is also showing up here on our main page, awaiting your action. I am Steve Morgan now. On behalf of Steve Morgan, I am Steve. You see it is here on the front page. Or how else can I go? I can go to the inbox icon on the top. Correct. I can click on that and I can see what are the actions waiting for me. Here in my inbox, you see it says create position. Workday Training Administrator. It was created 3 minutes ago and I can review job posting title. Training Administrator, number of positions 2. Availability date is 14th of March. This is what they're going to do. London, Raleigh. Education qualifications from the job profile is BA, but here it says MS. Certifications, Training Manager, Coursework Experience Management. Experience. These are the things that were filled up by Logan when she created the position correct. Now Steve gets to see and review them. Now what are the options Steve has? Steve can approve. If Steve is fine with everything, he can approve. He can send it back saying that what? I don't agree, please change this and then send it. He can send back to the initiator, whoever has created this, or he can deny. That I absolutely don't agree. We don't have the money for this. Don't want you to create trading administrative positions. You can deny. But now let's say Steve is approving. Steve approves. It says success event approved. Very happy green tick. Now let's go back to being as Logan. How can we go back to Logan, to being as Logan? We don't need to stop proxy in this case. Here also, we will go back as start proxy. Logan McNeil. Done. Now we will navigate back to our organization that we were working with, and that was for XAZ. I see motor sales. Let's go to staffing. Now is the page blank. It is no longer blank. What? Do we have here 2 positions? 2 positions are now open. Now, will you be able to hire? Someone in this organization? Answer is yes, yes. Now we will be able to hide the chairs. Have been brought, the chairs are ready. Now we will be able to hire. If I go to the related actions of this organization, you see a hire option has now appeared. Hired, I have the hire option now. I am ready to hire workers into this. particular organization because the chairs have been brought. We are absolutely ready. The position has to be approved and available to fill. This is what we saw in theory when we were discussing, when we were in the slide. The position has to be approved and available to fill before you are able to hire someone in this particular position. That is what we have. We will be able to hire workers. Any quick questions before we start talking about job management? Now, initially, when we are working on supervisor or this, that time we said that we have to hire the people in supervisor organization only. We have option to hire here as what type of organization is this? It's a sales. We cannot hire. When I said the name can be anything. The name can be anything. Don't go by the name. This is not a type of organization. The type of organization is still supervisory that remains. That is the fun. That is the foundation of work and seam. If that changes, everything changes. We can only hire workers in a supervisory organization. All now let's talk about job management. Job management provides the least control over the definition of individual positions. It does not mean that it doesn't have any control. It is just the fact that for job management, we are not going to create individual positions. Then, how would we set the hiring restrictions? We are going to set the hiring restrictions at the organization level or at the supervisory organization level. One set of hiring restrictions will apply to all the jobs that the supervisory organization, one size fits all. One set of restrictions will apply. Now, how do we set the qualifications, etc.? We will set those in the job profile, and we will include that job profile in the hiring restrictions. Now, this is particularly useful for organizations that prefer to define a broad job requirement and then rely on the staffing, workflow, and approvals to control the number of workers. It's just that the approval process moves from creating the position to the hiring. Now, when I created the position, I actually went for an approval. I went for approval to Steve Morgan in the job management at the time of creation of these restrictions. We are not going to go for a very elaborate hiring approval process. There may be approvals, yes, but the actual approval will be defined in the hiring process at the time of hiring, not at the time of creating positions. That is the difference. That is the difference with job management. Hiring is not limited to a predefined number of openings. You can hire as many workers as you need. You do not need to create separate open position for each job. Not needed because you are going to create one set of restrictions. To be invited to my party, I need to know you. You need that you. I just need to know you. Then you are invited, that's all. That is the overall generic set of requirement. I'm not saying that you have to be my college buddy. You have to be my work colleague. You have to be my childhood friend. I'm not defining a set of detailed restrictions. I'm saying I need to know you. That's enough. You are welcome to my party. A set of generic requirements. Now, any hiring restrictions you define will apply equally to all the jobs. Be careful. If you are defining hiring restrictions, there is only going to be one other restriction. You cannot have 5 hiring restrictions in a supervisory organization. It will be only one. Define it in a broad manner now, Ken. You change the hiring restrictions after you create it. What do you think? Yes, no. Maybe can it change hiring restrictions after you create? Yes, you can. You can change the hiring restrictions later as what? Does this job management do? It moves the approval for a new job to the hire a process instead of position creation. Instead of going for approvals for each position, it moves the approval to the hire process. Chris, if you change the hiring restrictions between the hires, is that allowed if you hire someone with the previous restriction and then I'll change the restriction? Then it applies for the next person you are going to have. It doesn't change the person you have already hired. Doesn't matter. Let's say you were looking for people with 5 years of experience. You started hiring, you get only 2 people you hire, and now you think that 5 years I think is too much. I think we need people with 3+ years of experience. You go and change that. And then you start hiring again. But will that change the other 2 workers that we have already hired? The answer is no. The next person you are going to hire have to meet the new set of restrictions. Let's take a quick look at a quick use case. Rolf manages a great team of software application specialists in a startup company and needs the flexibility to hire workers with a wide range of skills, backgrounds, qualifications, and work preferences, and the organization doesn't want to restrict its ability to fill the jobs as the people become available. What needs to happen due to the growing needs from an expanding customer base? Ralph needs to increase the size of his team in the areas of product management, development, documentation, and car. He meets with his manager to outline his requirements and receives a verbal agreement. You see a verbal agreement to fill 9 additional openings to be allocated as he sees fit. There are no approval process present in Workday. It is not in the system, it's just a verbal approval. After several weeks of interviewing, he has 2 developers and 1 part-time product manager. You see, 2 developers are full-time, but the product manager is part-time. He is able to hire a mix of full-time versus part-time workers. He still has management blessing to expand his team and will do as he finds the people because Ralph needs flexibility. When hiring, he is less interested in filling a narrowly defined position than in assembling a critical mass of employees in the shortest possible time. It does not require approval for the position prior to job hired prior to hiring. In this case, job management is appropriate where you do not need approval prior to hiring. You can go for Japan. Once stuff is set, you can change it once you decide later to make it position management. That can't happen. You have to decide upfront. You decide upfront what is the strategy you are going to take for this particular supervisory organization. Take it upfront because once you start hiring, you cannot change the staffing model. Let's quickly do that. We have quite a few organizations with job management as a staffing model. Here is an organization with job management, and in job management, do we create positions? Do we create positions upfront? No. If you go to staffing, I don't have the option to create a position. Don't get confused if you do not get the create position option here. You see, the staffing model is job management. Where should we set the hiring restrictions? Supervisory, at the supervisory organization level, and at which type of organization are we in supervisor? We should be able to set it at the organization level, correct? Because supervisor is a type of organization, we go to organization. And we set hiring restrictions. See the menu. Path is slightly different. This is not. We are not going to staffing and create position. We are going to organization and set hiring restrictions slightly different. Please make a note of this organization set hiring restrictions for job management. Let me click on that. It says hiring restrictions in big bold, and then it's again asks for very similar things availability. Date we saw this before. Same thing when we were creating positions. The same thing here as earliest hire date job profile. We are able to do the same job profile training. Manager, we can use the same thing here as no problem. The same job profile can be used in a position management or a job management. No, nothing stopping us. Location, here also we can say Raleigh. It's more or less the same thing, but just that the approval process, the number of positions, the flexibility is more in terms of a job management. Time type. Let's say full-time worker type. Let's put in as employee. Did you notice one thing? Did it ask me? For the number of positions. No, is it asking me for the number of positions? No, what does that tell me? That there are no restrictions on the number of positions or number of people. I'm going to hire now. Let's do that. Let's click submit. There is an option, no job restrictions. In that case, you don't have to put in anything. I don't have to put in anything. Now what is it? No job restrictions. No job restrictions means it's open to all. Open to all, anybody can be hired. But does that mean that it has no restrictions at all? No job restrictions is also a restriction. That means you are allowing everybody full-time workers, part-time workers, contingent workers, employees in any location. That is what no job restrictions means. That you are allowing both full-time and part-time workers, both contingent workers and employees and on. In your assignments, you will use no job restrictions. Because as of now, we are quickly creating the hiring restrictions in an assignment 2. You will use no job restrictions, but as and when you progress, when you do assignment 3. Assignment 4, there you will find tune the hiring restrictions, but now you see it. Here also it says available to fill, available to fill. Now if I go and look at the real interactions of executive, I would see the higher option. I see the higher option all now. Let's look at a little bit of more theory. When we look at the staffing models and inheritance, when you create a supervisory organization and you define a staffing model, and then if you create a subordinate, then remember that when we created subordinates, we did not have to specify the staffing model for each and every organization. When we were creating subordinates, and why was that? Because it inherited from the superior organization. It inherited from the superior organization. This is what is typically the behavior. When you create an organization and you create a subordinate, the subordinate inherits the staffing model. Note, pay attention to the terms I am using. It inherits the staffing model. What are the two staffing models? Position management and job management. If the superior has position management, and I'm creating a subordinate, the subordinate will inherit the staffing model at the time of creation, which is position management. Let's say after it is created, after the supervisory organization is created, you can change the staffing model, but now there is a catch. You can change the staffing model till the time you initiate the staffing activity. Please make a note of it. It's a very important point. You can change the staffing model in the time you initiate the staffing activity. What is the staffing activity? Creating a position. Hiring is a staffing activity, but it starts with what? Creating the position. The moment you created a position, you will not be able to change the staffing model easily. Again, you can delete a position. But if you're not hired, you can delete a position. You can close the position. But the damage is done. You have started creating a position. That means you want to do position management. If you created a position and then decide to cancel the position, is that possible? Let's say for this oops moment, oops, I don't want position management. I would rather go for job management. If that is the case, if you realize that, then what happens? Fortunately, there is still a follow-up back option. The option is you have to undo the business process, you have to rescind the business process. You will go to the business process. You see, this is the business process that you have set. This is the hiring restrictions business process, or if I go to sales. If I go to sales and what happens? You have created some positions, you've created some positions, I have to go to the position history, look at the business process and undo rescind the business process. I cannot close the position. I can close the position. But if I close the position, that would not allow me to change the staffing model. If at all, I want to change the staffing model, I have to undo everything I did. Be careful. Be careful what you are looking for. Now decide prior to creating a supervisory organization. The hiring restrictions. What is the staffing model you want? But let's say in Inksys Motors, I have not defined any hiring restrictions. The staffing page is blank. I have not defined any hiring restrictions or in other words, I have not initiated any staffing activity. Can I change the staffing model for this particular organization? Yes, the options. The path is related actions. Related actions, I go to organization, edit staffing model, edit staffing model. I can click on that and I can choose now his job. I can choose position. I can keep changing this as many times as I want till the time I initiate the staffing activity. Let me retain it as let me do it as position management. It was job management before. Now I have changed it to position management. How do we set the hiring restrictions in a position management organization position? Where do we set it? At the position level, we create position. What is the menu option to go to position or to create a position? Staffing. Great position. I have a doubt. Chris, can't we do it? Create position in the search bar. We did it for create location. Absolutely in Workday. There are multiple ways of doing the same thing. Create position. Yes. Then, how do we know that we are aligning to the particular supervisory? Or as for this, in this scenario, we are directly hiring from or we are directly doing it from staff. Let's try it out. I said create position. What does it ask me? Super, if you have to give it in that way, it knows where it is creating. Got it? But I find it easier to go by this part in that way. What happens? It has Already chosen the supervisory organization, I don't need to search for it. I go to staffing, create position. Let me quickly create a position. I will not fill in a lot of details. I will just use the no job restriction. Just to quickly create one, let's say viewer underscore CO and one position and availability date is today's date. Earliest hire date is also today's date. And let's say no job restrictions. That means I can hire a contingent worker. I can have a part-time worker, full-time worker in any location, but I think it will stop me from doing it. Oh, done. All it is done, and you see this position is now available too. Fail now, I think, oops, I want to change the staffing model. I want job management. Can I do that easily? Can I do that easily? Maybe not, since you already created the position. I have initiated the staffing activity. I will go to what organization. I should have the option to edit the staffing. I don't. I no longer have the option to edit the staffing body. Because I have initiated the staffing activity. Can I ever go back and change? The answer is yes, you can. But I will show that to you tomorrow, how we can undo this. How we can undo this position and go back to a point in time where nothing was defined if the stuffing activity was not initiated, then we would be able to change the stuffing model. Please bear that in mind. It's very important. Now, just a quick revision. The hiring restrictions can be set of a supervisory organizations related actions in job management, and it is set at the organization level. You go to related actions. Organization edit hiring restrictions. This is for job management. And what is it for position management? Related actions, staffing, create position. Or let's do a quick quiz. Which staffing model has the most control? Position, 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 position management. Position management. I will just write P. Which staffing model is the most flexible? Job management, job management. The management true polls. I think models can be easily changed at any time following deployment. We can change it before initiating something. Activities. Absolutely we can. We can change it as many times as we want. Before we initiate the staffing activity, because once we initiate that we will not be able to change it easily. Easily. The keyword is easily. I will show you how to change it. But easily it cannot be done. There are hiring restrictions set when using a job management staffing model. That is also correct. You have to set it at the organization level. Which staffing model requires a position to be open in order for a worker to be hired, contracted or transferred in position? This has to be there for your position management organization. Great. Tomorrow we will talk about job profiles. Job profiles, job, family groups we will create. Job profiles. We will see how we set restrictions in a job profile. And then, but before we do that, before we do job profiles, I will show you how to undo The hiring restrictions, I'll show you how to undo that we can. Change the staffing model, as you should know this, in case by mistake you have done that, you should be able to go back and undo whatever you have done. I will show you how to do that. Any quick questions from today's session? We talked about organizations, we saw different types of organizations, and we also made the organization assignment. We tried to correlate company cost center, etc. Back to the supervisory organization. Now that will be important when we are doing the hiring and when we are actually assigning that organization to the worker. But now let's talk about another cool concept of Workday HCM, and that is called staffing model. Does anyone remember what is a staffing model? What does a staffing model do? It's one of the core concepts. What does it do? What is it used for? Any idea, any guesses? Position and job management are two types. Correct? That's correct, and hiring does. It do hiring, or it defines how jobs and positions are created and supervised. Reorganization, correct. It defines how the jobs and positions are created. The approach that we will take to fill up the supervisory organizations. That we have created, and what are the two types? Two types of staffing models: position management, and job management. Let's talk about them in detail. Position management offers the most control. It is having a chair for each of the guests that you have invited. Now think about this. You are going to have a party at your home, a small get-together of friends, maybe 5 or 6 people have been invited. When you invite 5 or 6 people to your home, apart from making other arrangements, maybe food and drinks, and maybe about how to do it, how to entertain them, etc. You also think about where to sit them. I mean, where they will sit. Do you have enough places for them to sit and be comfortable in? Isn't it? You don't expect, I'm calling 6 people, but I only have 4 chairs. I will have the other 2 standing. Do you do that typically? We do not have enough sofas, recliners, etc. Maybe we borrow some chairs from our neighbors and we make the arrangements that each and every person that we invite should be able to sit. First, you bring in the chair. You bring in the jet typically before the guests arrive. Correct. You don't run for chairs after they have arrived. Oh, you don't have a place to sit. Let me get you a chair. It's not that first you get a chair, then that person arrives. Similarly, in a position management, first we create that chair. That chair is equivalent to a position. First you create the position. It has to be approved. It has to be ready for the new worker to arrive, and just in your chairs, you are all the chairs of the same type. No, not necessarily, some may be a. For it can be a recliner, it can be just a normal plastic chair. It can be a very comfortable, kind of elaborate kind of a sofa, a single seater. It can be a 2-seater, 3-seater, and even huge sofas and on. But each chair has its own characteristics, isn't it? Each chair is different. The positions that we create, each position will have its own characteristics. Each chair is different, each position can be different. But first you define the position. You define the characteristics. It has to be approved. It has to be ready. Then you start hiring in that particular position. It gives you a lot of control beforehand. What? What is the chair? What is the person who is going to fill up that chair? What are the characteristics that that person should have now? When I say characteristics, I would say whether it's going to be a full-time worker, a part-time worker. You decide that upfront. What is the location of that worker? What are the qualifications needed for that in that particular worker? What are the language skills? What are the certifications? What is the experience? Everything. You define as much as possible upfront. Indirectly, you are defining the characteristics of the chair and exactly the kind of person that is going to come in and occupy that particular chair. This is position management. This gives you a lot of control. Now think about this if you are going to have a lot of workers coming in. You are hosting a big party, let's say a wedding party, or maybe some big grand get together of around 100 odd people, or maybe even more, 150 to 100 odd people. Will you get chairs for each and every person that you have called, that you have invited for? 200 odd people, that's a big wedding party. Sometimes wedding parties are even bigger. 700 and 1000, 2000 people. Do you have 2000 chairs? Then what do you do? What do you do for those grand parties approximately? We order for over 1000, 2500. A fraction of that you do not order for all 2000. But then you do what? You host the party in a bigger area, maybe in a lawn or maybe in a big banquet hall or something which has a bigger area, correct? And then the owner of that property, they will tell you our property can typically host around, let's say, 700, 2 or 1500 people, something this, and then you keep in mind that all the guests might not be coming at the same time. They will come, they will leave, and on you are calculating all those things, but the bottom line is you are not defining the chairs for each and every guest that you have invited. Correct, you're defining your general characteristics. You're saying that the party is going to be in this particular hall. You should be able to make it unless you are actually able to make it to the party. You still get all the benefits of attending the party. You get to enjoy the company of people, or maybe the food, or the beverages. You don't get to do that unless you are willing to travel to that particular location. You are setting some general characteristics, saying that you have to come at the party. The party starts at 7 p.m. You have to be there by that time. That's it. You are defining some general characteristics for people to be invited to that place. And does it give you a lot of flexibility and speed? If you had to define each and every chair, this is for me Sharma, this is for Mavama, this is for Reddy, this is for such and such, then you have to define all 2000 chairs. Is it possible? No. Not possible. You are hosting a big event. It is not possible for you to go and define each and every chair in that minute detail. You need flexibility. You need speed. You have invited 2000 people. Will all the 2000 people come. Maybe yes, maybe no, maybe there will be 100 people who are coming. Maybe there are 1800 people who come, isn't it? Maybe there it can be less. It can be more. Now, if you have invited, let's say 4 people, you are hosting the small party 4 people. 2 people have come, 2 people have not come. What happens if 2 people have come, the other 2? What happens to those chairs? They're empty. And let's say when you are having your dinner, you keep looking at those chairs and say, oh, I wish the other 2 people had also come. You keep saying that because those chairs are vacant. You keeps looking at them and you keep saying, oh, I wish they could make it. That means in all your reports, in all your status reports, etc., those 2 empty positions will keep showing up unless and until somebody says, oh, let's remove those chairs. I don't want to think about them all the time. Just let's remove those chairs unless and until you close those positions. Until and unless you remove those positions, they will keep showing up in your reports because they are open positions. But in those huge party, in those where you have 2,000 people, do you even care if 100 people didn't turn up? You are expecting 2,000 people, 100 people. You won't even notice. Even there are less than 300, 400 people didn't turn up. You won't even notice because you are dealing with another 1600, 1700 people in a job management kind of organization. It gives you a lot of flexibility and speed. And the restrictions, the characteristics are set for the entire supervisory organization. And there are no defined quantity of the number of jobs you do not define. Not need to define upfront how many people you are going to hire in job management. It's an open floor. It's an open floor. You can bring in as many people as you want, as you are comfortable, as many people as you need. I should not say as you want, but as you. Let's say you are given the authority to hire 10 people for your organization, for your team. You are building a team. You need 10 people. You start looking for people the moment you reach. Let's say 7 people. You have hired 7 people. You think that is enough. You think you have achieved, the perfect team, everybody is able to work and your work is getting delivered, you're able to manage it, it's here. You do not need to hire 3 more people, you're fine now. On the other hand, if you had position management, and you needed to hire 10 people, you have gone up to 7. That means there are 3 unfilled positions. Your management will keep asking you about what happened to the other 3. What happened to the other 3? Those positions are still open. When are we going to fill it? And you keep saying, oh, I don't actually do need it. But then they will ask you, then why did you open those positions in the first place? You could have opened it up later. Why do you? Do you still need it? Shall I close it? And then you are not sure. Do I need it? Do I not need it? If I close this position, maybe I have to open it up again. All those operational overheads are there when you are creating a position. Although a position management, a position gives you a lot of control. It allows you to define the characteristics at the position level. It is actually the job management which allows you a lot of flexibility and speed, all and where a hiring restriction set. Hiring restrictions are set at the position level. In position management and hiring restrictions are set at the supervisory organization level. For job management, please make a note of this. Hiring restrictions are set at the position level. For position management, hiring restrictions are set at the supervisory organization level. For job management, in position management, you have to define the number of positions you are going to create. Up front, when you are creating, you need to define I'm going to create 3 positions, 4 positions, 5 positions. Whatever is the number of positions you have to define up front. Job management. There are no defined quantity for the number of jobs available you can hire. Any number of people. Nobody's now let's take a bit deeper dive into position management. Position management, we understood it, provides the greatest control over hiring. It gives you the ability to define separate hiring rules and restrictions. For each position, for each chair, you can set some rules and restrictions. Saying that this is the corner chair. Ms. Rex will sit in this particular chair. In the sofa, the children will be sitting on the left side of Mex. We'll make arrangements for Miss X, and in that recliner Milvai will be sitting next to the pool. It will be, Mazi, you make these arrangements up front. Have you seen those? Diplomatic level parties where the presidents and the prime ministers and etc. they go and they sit and they have this grand dinners. Have you noticed that they have their name tags placed in front of the chairs that they are about to sit? Ms. Prime Minister President. It is decided up front who is going to sit where. And have you gone to any round table meetings where there is actually a table and people are sitting all around it? If it has been planned in advance, then they will have name tags in front of each chair saying that here Mex mi vazi, male a, ma b, it is clearly identified who is going to sit where. It is done because each and every chair has its own characteristics and rules and restrictions. Who is going to sit where, similarly position. Management. Also, we are going to define the rules, the characteristics, the restrictions at each and every position level. And first you need to create the position that position has to be approved and ready before you are able to hire a worker or transfer a work to that position. All, and you need to define the hiring restrictions for each and every position that you create. When should you use it? When should you? That it sounds a bit overwhelming. It sounds a bit, too much work. When should you use it? You should use it when you need the ability to define each and every position to the minutest of the detail. Based on what? Based on the location, the job requirements, and it is. Remember, it will be subject to tight hiring controls. First, it has to be approved, reviewed, etc. Then it will be available for hiring. This is very important. It gives you a lot of control, no doubt, but it is also a bit of an overhead if you need to create each and every position. Think about these who hires, 30,000, 40,000 freshers every year. Should they go for position management? Is it possible to go for position management for those kind of jobs? Pressure hiring? No, you need to have an army of people just to create positions, isn't it? You have to keep creating positions, one after the other. Let's look at, but then let's contrast it to, let's say, a very specific the integration architect. How many work integration architects are you going to hire? 1, 2, 500. How many would you typically hire? One or two, one or two, one or two. If you are going to hire one or two, then what would you do? Would you say anybody who knows what they are welcome? We specifically know what is the experience or what is the certification qualification. Absolutely how many projects he must have worked on. He or she must have worked on how many implementations? 2 cycle implementations. How many implementations? Many customers he or she might have supported. You would define all those characteristics. All those experiences in detail that the person who is actually doing the hiring, they know. These are the requirements for this particular position. Let's take a look at a use case. Frank manages a team of customer support specialists in different locations across the pay scales expected, job skills, experience and other requirements of employment vary widely from one position and even from one location to other. In addition, her requires approval for each position. Can we have some? Generic set of requirements across the globe. No, because it says those. Things vary widely. We cannot have one set of, generic set of requirements. HR requires approval for each position. Each position has to be approved before you are able to hire someone in that position. This means that you need the ability to define each position narrowly based on the hiring location, requirements and current needs, and are subject to tight hiring controls. Position management is appropriate in this particular example. Although it is going to be a team of customer support specialists, everybody is going to be ultimately a customer support specialist, but they are going to be in different locations where the pay scales experience, job skills expects, everything will vary widely. Now let's go into Workday and let's see what this all translates to, the hiring. Restrictions, and what are these hiring restrictions that I'm talking about? Let me open up Workday and then let me proxy as login. Let me proxy a slogan now, a very silly but maybe very obvious question, where would we create positions in an organization, which is position management, enabled or job management? Enabled, where would we create positions? In which kind of organization? Supervisory, of course you're correct, but which kind of? Staffing model a position, management enabled organization or a job? Management enabled organization positions, position management positions in position management. Remember it that way. And where do we know what is the staffing model for that supervisory organization? How do we know that in the staffing tab? Correct. In the staffing tab, we see that this is job. Management. Can we find anything that which is position management? I think there was one. Organization that we chose as position management, or this is also a job which was the one we created. At the end, I think it's sales. Did we create sales at the end? We create sales. Here it is position management. Now let me show you how we define. The characteristics of a position. First, I want to check something. I want to check the business process definition. That will be followed to create the position. Now I'm just checking it. You do not need to follow along at this point because we will talk about business processes in detail later. But let me show you how to check for that you go to the related actions of this organization. Job profile is what does what? What do the job profiles do? What do the job profiles do? Job profiles give you a different characteristics of the job. We've built up all the information about that particular job, the responsibilities, the job description, the qualifications needed, the skills needed, the experience needed in that particular job profile. That is where we define it in absolute detail. Now, there may be different job profiles in the organization. Then they will end up creating a lot of job profiles, isn't it? A lot of job profile even for the same kind of role. Let's say for the HR department, there may be one her generalist, one her manager, one her supervisor, one recruitment specialist, one recruiting supervisor, and on one compensation partner, one benefits partner. There can be many different people in the department itself. How do we distinguish between the roles and responsibilities on each and every person, and how do we create specialized job profiles for that? That is what we will cover. But then we also see that there will be a lot of different job profiles that would be created, isn't it? Again, how do we group them together? How do we organize them together? We will group them into something called as a job family. We will group the job profiles into something called as job family. Now let's say let me take an example here. Let me pull up my notepad. Let's create some job profiles. Let's say SAP HCM Consultant, SAP Finance Consultant, SAP Materials Consultant, and then you have an Oracle HCM Consultant, Oracle Finance Consultant. You have an Oracle Middleware Consultant, or maybe an Oracle Admin, and then you have a Workday HCM Consultant, you have a Workday Finance Consultant, you have a Workday, let's say, Integrations Consultant. All these are the 7, 4, 3, 10 different job profiles that we have created in this organization. Large organization, they are having all these different kinds of technology. They are looking for people with these skills now in each of these job profiles. Details have been mentioned that in SAP and SIEM Consultant, we need 5 years of SAP consulting experience. Management experience is necessary. SAP HCM certification is desired, and on. They have put that all those details here. Now, how can we group these job profiles? How can we logically group these job profiles? One way of grouping can be based on the, let's say, up or this. Can be one way of grouping. All the SAPs can be in one. We will say SAP jobs. In SAP jobs, we will put all the SAP different job profiles that we have. Similarly, we will have one for Oracle jobs, and we might have one for Workday jobs. This is a very good way of grouping, isn't it? Why? Because let me try to do it this way. Oops, I knew this would happen. Let me put it here. Now, why is this important? Because maybe in the recruitment team, you have specialized recruiters who are good with these kind of job, roles and responsibility. I mean, this kind of ERPs. Maybe you have some specialized recruiters only for Oracle type of jobs. If you group them together, if you group all these different job profiles together, then that team may look into these particular job profiles. Any other way of grouping them, maybe based on the functions, it is from the sun, maybe based on these functions, or let's say from specialty, just putting something. Or not functions, it's a functionality or specialty, we can say all the HCM jobs are together in HCM jobs, we create a different job family. This is a job family. This is a job family, and we are putting all the HCM jobs, say HCM consultant will be part of this particular job family, and then Oracle HCM consult and work the HCM consultant. All these can be grouped together because these jobs might require some similar kind of skill set, although the ERP is different, but let's say the underlying functional knowledge is more or less the same, just a tool is different. We can maybe group them based on the functionality. XN jobs are together, then your finance jobs are together, integration and middleware jobs are together, and maybe admin job is different. This is something that we can use to group them. Now I have not mentioned any location for these job profiles, but maybe we can also group them based on the location. India job. In one place at Bangalore jobs, one place's jobs. We will create a broadest jobs, job family, and then from there we will say New York jobs and California jobs and Texas jobs and on. We are just grouping these job profiles into some logical families. A job family is a grouping of job profiles. And remember that one job profile can belong to one or more job families. It can be can belong to more than one job. Families depends on how you want to group them together. Now we need to them together, that is organized in that way that we will send them these job groups. Our job family is based on maybe the technology or functionality, or maybe the location itself. That can be one, or when we do our compensation, we would also see that we might have to give some special allowance to a group of job profiles. Let's say that the Workday jobs are quite hot, or it's difficult to find people in Workday jobs now. What we will do, we will give a special allowance to our existing Workday consultants. All Workday consultants in our organization will get a special allowance. How do we identify all Workday consultants? How do we identify all the consultants based on the job profile? Based on their job profile, we will identify all the book, the consultants. If we group them together into a job family called Workday jobs, then we can give that special allowance to our Workday consultants. I don't have to individually go into each and every worker and give them the allowance. I will just group them together based on the job family. A job family is a grouping of job profiles, and one job profile can belong to one or more job families. Similarly, a job family group is a collection of job families. Many job families can be grouped together into a job family. Now, the only difference in this relationship is one job family can belong to only one job family group. One job family can belong to only one job family group. This is different than what we have. Then the relationship between job profile and job family, where one job profile may belong to multiple job families. Let's quickly summarize this. A job family group is a collection of job families. A job family is a grouping of job profiles. And what is the job profile? A job file describes the basic job characteristics and conditions of employment, such as the required skills, training, work experience, etc. And a job. A profile can be assigned to one or more job families. A job family can be assigned to only one job family group. Let's take a look at this graphic where you see there are multiple individual positions and jobs now. Remember when we were creating our position yesterday, we also used a job profile, that of a training manager, and then we use a stop of a training manager when we set the actions in our job management organization. What happens is, using the same job profile, we may hire multiple people. We may create multiple positions based on the same job profile. By little, positions can be created using the same job profile. Here we were talking about the individual positions and jobs. Using the same job profile, we may create multiple positions or jobs, and then we can you see here Jane, Joe, John and James, they have different positions or jobs, but all based on the same job profile, that is legal administrative assistant. And we may have multiple job profiles for administrative assistants, administrative assistant, senior administrative assistant, legal administrative assistant, and on. And then we can group them all together into a job family called administrative assistants, and then administrative assistants can be part of the job family group called administrative workers. This is just a depiction. This is just an example. We may use something this to group our job profilers. Let's create a job profile in Workday. We were using something training manager, but we did not create one for ourselves. Let's create one. Job profile is, it has a lot of possibilities. We will be able to put in a lot of information in a job profile. But then, while I'm proxying and going to that screen, let me tell you this: we recently did a finance implementation for a large insurance customer. They were just doing Workday Finance. They did not want to do Workday HCM. Then what happened? But still, even if they are doing finance, they have to bring in some people, they have to hire some people. They set up their HCM part at the bare minimum. They just created the supervisory organization structures, they created job profiles, and they just hired those workers in those job profiles. They only mentioned the absolute bare minimum of the configurations that is also possible for customers. But then we again on the other hand, we implemented a M for a customer, and they put in a lot of details in the job profile. They made it absolutely very, very detail oriented. It can be on either end of the spectrum. You can put in minimum details in the job profile to get started, or you can put in a lot of information and make it as close to reality as possible. It's up to the organization to decide how much detail they want to put in to create a job profile. The task is create job profile. Create job profile. And in that you give an effective date for from what date you want to create this job profile. Let me give today's date as the effective date, 15th, and then you start putting in details. If I scroll down, you see that only the job profile name is the mandatory field. Do you see? Anything else is mandatory. and slowly scroll. Down. Nothing else is mandatory. You just need to fill in the job profile name and you are done. That is the basic minimum. Let's give it a job profile name. Let's call it as, what shall we call it? Chief Executive Officer. Let's just call it Chief Executive Officer. This is our first job profile, not the job code. Do you want to have a job code? If you already have a job code, maybe you are using some other system and there it's typical to use a job code. Yes, if you want, if you have that job code, you fill it up already. If you do not have a job code, if you want Workday to create one for you, just say include job code in the name, include job code in the name. Then what it will do, it will create a job code for you and it will include it as part of the name as if you, but if you do not want to include it as part of the name, just leave it blank. What they will create a job code for you anyway. But still, let's have include job code as part of the name. Now, do you want to restrict this job profile to any specific country? The CO is only. We will hire the CO only between United States and UK. I will not open this job profile in any other country. Only these two countries I will be able to hire this. I mean this job profile. This will be only accessible to these two countries. Us and UK. Nothing else. If you do not want to restrict it went to any country, leave it blank. Management level. What will be the management level? Let's choose from our list. We see one is the Chief Executive Officer. We can choose this one. Chief Executive Officer is our management level, and if you have a job, family already, if you want, if you have created job families already, then you can put this particular job profile into that job family, but we are not going to put it there. We have not created our job family yet. We will leave it as blank job category, job family job. Category can be direct labor or indirect labor, but here people have renamed that direct labor to indirect. Lal ab over anyway. Direct labor versus indirect labor. Do what is a direct labor versus what is an indirect labor? Direct labor means that you are straight away able to account for the cost. Let's say somebody is a production line worker. Somebody is working in the factory that this person's daily output has to be, let's say, 100 pence. 100 pence, it is directly measurable. 100 pence. You pay this worker the wages based on 100 pence. This is absolutely direct labor. You can straight away quantify how much work this person is doing. But now think about you're an architect, or maybe your recruiter, maybe your benefits partner. Is it possible to directly quantify how much work they are doing? Not possible. We have to come up with other forms. Are they adding any value to the organization? Are they adding to any efficiency? And on. But it is not possible to directly measure how much work they are doing on a daily basis. And they are not directly earning revenue for the organization. Mostly their support functions. For example, even the CEO is a support function. The management team, your supervisors, your managers, They are all part of support functions. They're not direct labor. Your manufacturing work level workers are direct labor. Maybe your sales are direct labor. They are directly earning the revenue for the organization. But all the support functions, RIT, the management staff, they are all indirect labor. You may want to categorize that this job is a direct labor or indirect labor. Workers such as accountants, supervisors, security guards directly produce goods or services, but who make their production possible or more efficient. They are the ones which are indirect labor. Indirect labor costs are not readily identifiable with a specific task or work order. Is it possible to tell how much value a supervisor or a security guard is contributing to the organization? You might say, of course, a security guard's contribution is immense because they are protecting the assets of the organization. It's immense, but can you put a direct number to it? How much does a security guard contribute on a daily basis to the organization? Difficult to put a number, but can we say that as someone on the shop floor who is actually producing goods, how much they are actually working, we may be able to accurately quantify that. That is direct labor, but other workers, accountants, supervisors, her management, they are all indirect labor. Then we come to company insider type. What is a company insider? Have you heard about the term company insider? Let's say you are part of the management, or maybe you are the owner of a company. You are part of some discussions which will affect the stock price. Let's say your performance. The organization's performance is very bad. If that information comes out in the market, your stock price will crash. Correct may happen because your performance is very bad. Your organization's performance is quite bad. Once the financial reports or financial statements are made public, then your stock price will crash, but you have that information. You hold that information to yourself because you are the owner. Now what you do? You manipulate your market somehow and you sell off your stocks and then you publish the news. Then what happens? You minimize your loss because even before the stock has crashed, you have sold all your shares now. Is that legal? Is that fair? Not fair. Not fair because you had that information, you used it to your advantage. Remember the famous or the infamous, I should say, case about Roger Gupta? He used to be the head of Goldman Sachs. Yes, he's now behind bars because of this insider trading scandal that he did when he was a CEO of Goldman Sachs. What happened was, he came out of a board meeting where they were discussing the acquisition of a major company, and then he called up his friend, a stockbroker, and he said that this is what is going to happen. You buy the stocks of the other company that Goldman Sachs is going to acquire. This friend of, I think his name was Raja Ramana, he was a trader. He bought the stocks of this other company that Goldman Sachs was about to acquire. And then what happened? Eventually, the news came out in the market that Goldman Sachs is going to acquire, and the stock price of that other company quickly increased. It went up. And then, when it went up a lot, then Raja Ramana sold all the shares and made around $100 million in profit, and he gave some money to Roger Gupta as for the insider information. Now, then people got to know about it, and then they had a long investigation and court case, and then eventually both of them were convicted, Rajat Gupta, and as Raja Ramana was always convicted. Insider trading is not allowed. It is not allowed, but still people do it. People still do it. but it is absolutely not allowed. In coming back to our discussion, in the job profile you can mention if this job profile is going to have insider information. Now this is a CEO, isn't it? We will say that this is the CEO is also part of the board of directors. Definitely he is going to have insider information, or maybe it's also he's an officer. He's an officer with some special information. He has that information. We have to specify that. We may specify that up front that this is an insider kind of job. Whoever is coming to this job profile, they would know that you are not supposed to divulge information which may impact the stock price. Now, work shift required. Do you need this? Does this job profile need shifts? If yes, you can put it, is it a public job? Public job meaning that the information about this job profile is visible to everybody in the workplace. I mean, in this particular tenant, any worker we'll be able to go into the job profile and view all the information. If that is the case, you can click on public job, but we will not put it as public job. We will just leave it as blank. Now, pay rate type. Now we have included, remember we have included two countries here, US and UK. What is the pay rate? A period type, that you are going to use. Are you going to use salaried or is it going to be hourly? This are most likely. A CEO is going to be a salaried worker. It's not going to be an hourly worker. We will say it is a salaried, and for United Kingdom also, we will say salaried, the salaried employees. Now characteristics are difficulty to fill. Here also we can specify whether it is difficult, hard or easy. Let's say it is. It's quite difficult to find a good CEO, and it is of course a critical job. It's a critical job. Now here we see that we have the option to put in the compensation grade and grade profile. We will leave this blank for the time being. Once we do compensation, we will come back to our job profile and fill up this information. But as of now, I will leave it as black. Union membership. Is this CEO going to be a member of a union? If yes, you may select which union he is going to be a part of. He or she is going to be part of. Now, you might say that union is not allowed. We do not allow for unions in this particular job profile. You may say that, or it may be optional and it may be required for some job profiles. The union membership is absolutely required, especially for blue collar jobs, especially for jobs which are in the manufacturing sector. Sometimes the union membership is absolutely necessary. If it is required, you may click on that, and then the allowed unions that you have in your organization here. These are some of the unions that you may have. Let's say Office and Professional Employees International Union. This worker has to be a part of this particular union. If that is the case, yes, select the union, but in a lot of organizations, unions are not allowed. You may choose either. Then we talk about job exempt. What is a job exempt? Anybody familiar with that? This term job exempt overtime. Yes, these are salaried employees and you do not qualify for overtime. An exempt job does not qualify for overtime. If they're not eligible for overtime, this is a concept. In other countries, it may be different. You may be salaried employee, but if you work for extra hours, you may be eligible for overtime in some other countries. But in the US, if it is a job exempt, then you do not qualify for overtime. Now let's go up, and here are some other things as now job classification in certain countries. US, UK, Australia, and even in Switzerland, Sweden, Germany, they are from the Department of Labor. For their government, they have exact job classifications for each and every paid kind of job. If it can be a CO, it can be a manager, it can be a technician for each and every kind of job. There is a job classification, and sometimes the pay is dependent on the job. Classification is for those countries, for those particular countries. If you have a job classification already, then you may use that. You may specify that as part of the job profile. Now let's say I will use something. This 1.2, you see here 1.2 is for the United States of America. Says first or mid-level officials and managers, United States EO US of America. This is a job classification. This is as per the country. If you already have this job classification, mention it. Not all jobs have classifications. But if you have it, yes, you must specify it here. Now what is the job description? Let's say a CEO is the leader of the organization and will and then we will use some bullet points, and then we will say provide a direction to the org and report to the board of directors responsible for well-being of the employees. Something this, you may put in things this, and I said if you want to highlight something as CEO. If you want to highlight this, you can make it as bold. You can change the color. You may change the color and make it a bit more easy to read. You can put it, and you can also put in a link. Just I did yesterday. For more information, click on the careers website. And in entire careers website, you can put in a link. You can say careers. .google.com. Now under this line, careers website, you have a link. If you click on it, you will be directed to a website called careers.google.com. You can put in links in the job profile. As now, let's finish up the things that we were talking here. If I scroll down to the bottom, here we also have compensation codes, workers' compensation codes. Now, this is also something that is very common in some of the countries as it's said where you have compensation code for. The different types of job profiles, let me show you one example, 88810. Now, 88810 stands for clinical office employees for us. You see, automatically the United States of America is chosen. If you have these kind of codes now, these are dependent on the country. You see, every kind of job has a compensation code. You see box, spring or mattress, manufacturing pillow, quilt, comforter, cushion man, every kind of job in different kind of sectors. They have some kind of compensation code. If you have it available, if the business user gives you this particular code, configure it. Otherwise, leave it blank for us. It is implemented already. All the countries which have compensation codes, it is already inbuilt. Some of the countries where we have the information, US, Canada, UK, Australia. Therefore, for 9 countries, we have this information already. If you want to do for another country and you do not have it, then you may have to configure the compensation codes. But for you, as you can, Canada, Australia, it is already config. Then comes all. Then comes this particular section which talks about certifications, competencies, languages, responsibilities, skills, etc. Now where have we seen this before? When we were creating the position, we have that there, but when we were setting the hiring restriction in a job management organization, we did not see all of this. We did not see certification, competency, education, etc. And there I mentioned that for job management kind of organization, we set this in the job profile here. It is in the job profile. You will be able to specify these details. You will be able to specify what is the certification required, competency, education, language, etc. Here let's put in a certification. Let's say first thing is first thing. Is you have to create it in the job profile. All first is the job profile. Job profile is absolutely required when you are hiring a worker. You have to specify it in the job profile when you use it, when you use the job profile in a position, the settings that you have put in the job profile will be automatically copied over to your position. Now, a position gives you a lot of control. In the position, you may keep it, you can import the values from the job profile, or you might change it and create your own in job profile. It is recommended that you put all the details in the job profile because the job profile may also be used in a job management kind of organization, and then you don't have the ability to create a position, isn't it there? How would you specify all those details? And it is recommended that you do this in the job profile, that even if you create a position out of it, you straight away select the job profile and you make tweaks to the requirements in their position level. You can override those values in the position. Now, let's select the US of America. Let's search for some predefined certifications. Let's look for this is the Project Management Institute, and let's go for the PMP certification in the US, and I'm choosing the PMP certification. And now if I go to competencies, and then you can put in some competency. You can choose us from an exam existing competencies. You can create your own competency as, let's say, customer folk or maybe conflict management. I want this person to be good at conflict management. And what is the target rating? Let's say he has to be proficient. He has to be proficient in conflict management education. Similarly, you can put in something in the education. Let's say I want this person to be a master of business administration. We are looking for a CEO. I want this person to be an MBA. If you want to specify a field of study, MBA in marketing or MBA in something, you can specify that. Let's see if we have it already. You have a marketing. You may say that I want this person to be an MBA in marketing. Languages that this person should know, you can specify the language and also the proficiency level. Let's say I want this person to be proficient in German. I need this because let's say we are doing a lot of business with our German counterparts. We want they should be very good overall. The proficiency should be fluent overall. This person has to be fluent in German and maybe also in English, and in English I will want them to be again. Overall should be advanced. They should be quite good in English. Similarly, you can put in values, in responsibilities, in skills, in training. Different type of parameters are there, and if you don't have something in the drop down, you can put it in training. Let's say Workday training Workday basics and what is the type of training I want them to have done. Let's say a classroom-based training. You can configure that as and this is our job profile. And you see, a code has been generated already. 64. We did not put in this code. This code has been generated. And we said include job code as part of the name. Your job profile is now named 64635 WBU Chief Executive of. This is our job profile. Let's go to our supervisor. Organization, I think it was called Landaro for sales. Says motor sales. We go to staffing. And there we have two positions, training managers. Now let's say I want to change it. I want one of them to be the CEO, not the place for a CEO in the sales department. But still, let's say that we want to configure it in that way, where this existing position will now be a the CEO position. What we can do is we can click on the related actions of the position. We go to position restrictions and we edit the position restrictions. We can edit that. And then once it opens up for editing, we change the name. Let's say we change it to the blue of the CEO because this is now going to be the CEO, and we change the job profile is no longer the training manager. We want it to be the chief executive, and there it is. The moment I choose this, the moment it was. Automatically is the job description changes. From where did this come from? The job description. It came from the job profile absolutely, and the location we did not specify a location in our job profile, that is fine. But you see, there will be some parameters which will be inherited from our job profile. If I go to qualifications, they go to qualifications. Now you see qualifications. From the job profile, these have been included. Didn't I save the now these? Are the values that we had put in our position, but it says that these are some of the values that it has inherited from the job profile. Now let's click on submit to save this. And now if we look at this particular position restrictions, and let's look at the position overview, and let's go to our hiring restrictions and then qualifications. In qualifications, you will see that there would be something which is filled in from the job profile, because those are the values that you would need from the job profile. But as per the position, these are the qualifications. But then there will be some qualifications which will be inherited from this job profile. If you click on the job profile from here, you would be able to see the different character or characteristics or qualifications which are required. You can use the job profile in a position as in the hiring. Restriction of a supervisory organization. Now let me quickly create a job family. A job family. When we configure the business process, there is a business process called edit position. Restrictions, let me quickly show you. Let me tell you something important since you brought this up. But if I go to staffing for any task for any task, if you see a submit at the bottom of your page, if you see a submit button at the bottom of your page that tells you that it is going to trigger a business process, it is going to trigger a business process whenever you have a submit at the bottom of your page. What is the name of the business process here? Edit position restrictions. Now you may configure this edit position restrictions in a way that it will go for additional approvals. Otherwise, what will happen? Anybody and everybody will keep changing the position restrictions. We don't want that. We don't want that. Want only authorized or approved position restrictions to be in effect. But here as part of training, we have kept it simplified for each and everything. It doesn't go for approval. But yes, you may configure approvals after. Once somebody makes changes to the position restrictions. Yes, that can be configured because it triggers a business process, and in business processes, we can configure approvals. You make a note of this whenever you see a submit button at the bottom of your page. That means it is going to trigger a business process. And in business process, we may configure approvals. Now let's create a job of a job family, and we call it as the effective date of, let's say, the 15th. And we call it as jobs, jobs, or the different job profiles that we will create, we will put it in this jobs. What is the job profile? This is a job profile. We created Chief Executive Officer. We will say this job family is used to group all the job profiles for WBB. Click now. If I go back to this job profile, you would see that the job family is WB jobs. Now it is part of the jobs job family. You can inactivate this, that it is not used anywhere. You can say that it's no longer active. This grouping is no longer active. You may choose to make it as inactive. If you make it inactive, it will not, you will not be able to use it in any rules or any reports. It will be marked as intact, but it will still be retained in the system. It will not be deleted. Now let's create a job family group. And again, let's give it an effective date. And we will say it OW all jobs. And here we will say .w, and that's it. Click in this job family group, which is .w. All jobs we have included. The job family, which is all jobs, and within all jobs, we have the Chief Executive Officer. If I click on Chief Executive Officer again, you would be able to see that this is the job family, and if you click on the job family, you have part of the job family group as. And why do we need to create job family group? A job family group is a collection of job families. It is just for our reporting purposes and for conditional rules that we will write just to organize the hundreds and thousands of job profiles that we will create within Voltage. Let's do a very quick quiz. Job profiles can only have a one-to-one relationship with positions. What it means is one job profile cannot be used in more than one position. False. False, because one job may be used in multiple positions. Great. Order the hierarchical relationship from the most granular to the least granular. Job family group profile. Job profile, job family, job family. Correct profile, family and group. A profile is the most granular, then followed by and then the family group. And then the family group. True or false? A job profile is optional when hiring a worker. False, false, false. A job profile absolutely important. It is very important. Two things are very important. One is the location of the worker. We have to specify the location of the worker, and we also have to provide the job profile. Your profile is mandatory. We have not seen this. In action. Yet we have not hired a worker yet. We will do that after we talk about compensation. That's all from my side today. Please do like, share and subscribe to our channel.